Good afternoon. It is now 3:03 p.m. and I now call to order the Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education meeting. This is the January 10th, 2023 meeting. Notice this meeting has been advertised in the Grand Island Independent, which is the district's designated method of giving notice of these meetings. We want those in attendance to know that copies of the Open Meetings Act are available at the entrance to the boardroom. If anyone in attendance is interested in addressing our board, you are welcome to do so. We simply request that you complete the appropriate form and turn it in to us so that you may be recognized during the request to address the board part of our meeting. If you have not already completed the form, please see the staff person outside the entrance to this room. Public comment is welcome. We do ask that no signs be brought into the boardroom. Ms. Dibbert, would you please call the roll?
Mr. McFarland?
Present.
Mr. Helinski?
Present.
Mr. Garcia-Mendez? Mr. Hawley?
Here.
Mrs. Wilson?
Here.
Mrs. Albers?
Here.
Mr. Sykes?
Here.
Mrs. Jurgens?
Present.
Ms. Malden?
Here.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Dibbert. Okay, I'll go ahead and read the mission statement. The mission: every student, every day a success. In educating students, we teach hearts as well as minds. Student commitments. Within the school district of Grand Island, every student has access to high quality, culturally responsive, and engaging learning environments. Every student will develop literacy skills across disciplines. Every student is socially and emotionally equipped to thrive in school and life. And finally, every student will graduate as a college, career, and community-ready citizen. Okay, we'll now move on to the next order of business, which is formally identifying someone as acting superintendent, since various school law statutes specifically reference duties to be performed by the superintendent. Dr. Robin Dexter has graciously stated that she would make herself available for this acting superintendent position. It may be for a few days, it may be a little bit longer, depending upon the negotiations. I would entertain a motion at this time to nominate Dr. Robin Dexter as our acting superintendent. How do we, I'm good, okay.
Lisa.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that Dr. Robin Dexter is, what did you call her?
The acting superintendent.
Acting superintendent for Grand Island Public Schools.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Charlotte. Okay, that we'll put the call to a vote. Sorry. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Dexter, for volunteering for this. Sorry. Okay, we will now move to the interim superintendent interviews and discussion of candidates. What we will do operationally, board, is we will start here to my left with Amanda. Each of us you'll ask a question, we'll allow the candidate to respond, and then we'll just kind of move around the horseshoe. That way everyone gets an opportunity, okay? The random ordering of the interviews taken by lot is as follows. The first interview will be Dr. Virginia Moon. The second interview will be Mr. Matt Fisher, and then the third and final interview will be Mr. Mike Teahon. Let's see here, so let's go ahead and invite Dr. Virginia Moon to the floor.
candidates over here, right, so that they can not have to stand the whole time.
Seriously,
I know, right? So we'll just have you right there, if that's okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Moon. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
How we will do this is we'll start on this end of the horseshoe. We'll ask you questions, and then we'll proceed around.
All righty.
Okay, the first question is, how will you establish a working relationship with the board?
That's the most important one, especially in this situation where you're looking for an interim. And because some of you are new, as I understand it, getting that relationship going makes everything go better. Usually, I meet with board members either individually or in pairs or threes or whatever works, so that we can just get to know each other a little bit better, and to know some things about you personally, as well as how do we work together, how do we communicate together. Each of us communicates in a very different way, and of course most of the information that comes to you is going to come to everybody all at once. But sometimes we usually have to have some, this is an interesting arrangement. So I'll talk to you. A lot of us communicate very differently. So for me, I don't like email. I use email, but I might also like to get a phone call or a text or something, say, go look at your email. Don't put it off for another 6 hours. Some of us like face-to-face. Some of us are very auditory. Some people don't want too much information. And so usually what I try to do is to figure out what are the ways we communicate best, and then multiple kinds of communication so that everybody's up to speed. It's important that we learn to know each other and learn to trust each other as we go into these very important decisions that you're going to make. So getting to know each other, being very clear, being honest, open, and to be a good listener, because you have the understanding of your community way better than the superintendent does, and you also hear from people. And so one of the things that I like to know is I like to be sure that the board is willing to come to me and say, this is what I'm hearing, this is what's going on, so that I don't get blindsided, because the information that you have is really, really important to the operation, not only of the board, but also the whole district.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Moon.
Hi.
What strengths will you bring to our school district and this position?
Well, as I'm old and I have a lot of experience count, I think that probably I have a lot of energy. I'm very student-focused, but I also have a experience in a wide range of school districts. So I've been tiny little districts, Centennial being my most recent one, up to OPS a little while back. But what I know from all of those is that structure, organization, systems are really, really important in a larger school district. And that's one of the things, to be able to look at yours during this year or 18 months or whatever it is, and be able to assess, are they working, could they work better, to be sure that we're communicating internally as well as externally. Are all of our financial systems in order, our HR systems, our onboarding, all of those sorts of things? Are our policies intact? Do they actually say what we want them to say, and do they actually say what we do, which is also another issue. And I think the other strength that I probably have is that I've done the interims, and it's a very different kind of job. What I've learned from 4 or 5 of them, however many there have been, is that my first one, I wanted to be in charge because you're the superintendent, you're in charge. But it isn't really about making long-term decisions moving forward. That interim position is about a good, strong transition. It's about helping the district be calm And because chaos, people get nervous in chaos and they leave us. But when there's an abrupt change like you've had here, there's a little bit of uncertainty all across the organization. So that interim position is about getting things calm and moving forward the initiatives that you want to continue, taking a hard look at the initiatives that maybe we need to think twice about, or some initiatives that aren't in place that you want to be in place. So that's kind of the assessment. And then moving forward what you need to move forward, taking care of some problems you want to get rid of, because the new superintendent is kind of nice, and we're not talking people here, but processes perhaps. The new superintendent then doesn't have to do that. So in this 18 months going forward, we can take a strong look, and some of the hard decisions, I can make those and take the blame for it because I'll be gone. And then the last part is really working with whomever you select as the next superintendent, and helping them get on board. So as soon as we've selected in any of the districts where I've been, we begin to bring that new superintendent in any time they can possibly be part of an administrator meeting, an executive council, a board meeting, a budget work session, anything like that that will help them start running the minute they get here. And that transition is probably the hardest part for those of us who are superintendents, because we have a hard time giving. Once we get those reins in our hands, we want to hold on to them. So, but I think that's probably one of my strengths.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moon, for being here. So the third question would be, describe areas you would focus on during the first 60 days on the job.
I think that the first 60 days on the job are 60 days of listening and learning about, and it has to be quick, because when you're an interim, you don't have a whole year to have a committee. You have to be able to listen carefully to you as board members, to the community, to the teachers, to the paraprofessionals, bus drivers, everybody, to hear what they feel and what needs to be done. So it's a lot of listening and trying to figure out exactly where we would put our attention. I'm sure there are some initiatives, and one of my questions will be, what is it that's most important to you as a board going forward? But that's the first 60 days. Getting to know that administrative team, getting to know the strengths and weaknesses of your principals and your assistant principals, learning about the negotiating group or the teacher group. All of those are places where you can find a lot of information in a hurry. So that's what I would do for the first 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moon. Next question would be, what steps will you take to gain a better understanding of the school district and the community?
Well, lots of meetings, lots of listening. That's really the only way you can. I mean, I can look at your financial reports, and I looked online, but I'm guessing that I didn't really get to see what's going on under the surface, all the great things that you're doing, and some of the places where maybe this is a struggle. Those are things you have to talk to people and listen to people. Be in the community, be on the chamber board if they'll let you, whatever it takes to to find out what's going on. We could have focus groups, and it may be, if the board's going to look at your strategic plan or some of those sorts of things, we might want to have some formalized. I'm not sure how long ago you've done that, but maybe some groups of people that we get together to inform all of us, not just me.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moon. What methods of communication will you use to keep the board informed?
Well, all the ones it takes. I like face-to-face better. I'm a kind of an auditory learner, so I'm not as good. If you send me an email that's 3 paragraphs, probably I'm going to read it. If you send me an email that's like 400 paragraphs, or even 12. I'm probably going to set it over here and say, I'm going to read that tonight when I get home. And then tomorrow it'll probably still be there. So, but I like face-to-face. I like email. I like text. I mean, they just have to be, you just have to work at it all the time.
Hi.
Hi.
What methods do you use to keep administration and staff members informed regarding critical issues?
Well, I think in every district, that internal communication is the most important part. And so you can do some of it with newsletters and emails and those sorts of things, but usually I think it's important to be sure that the cabinet, the district level administrators, and the principals and assistant principals, all of that administrative group really understands what is going on, and that information is open and transparent, because they're going to be the ones who actually carry that message, because they're the ones that are going to see the teachers on a daily basis and talk with the paras and the bus drivers and the cooks and those sorts of people. And it's really important, that internal communication, really you need to work on all the time. So it can be a little bit of print, it can be some video, it can be that sort of thing, but I like any kind of meeting that's face-to-face or representative groups, so a communication group, a communication council or group that would meet once a month, even with students. A lot of times I have a lot of fun working with student groups in terms of hearing how they feel about what's going on in the district. It can be separate groups. I usually try to meet with every group a couple of times a year just to give out the information. When we were and I probably realized how important it was, when I was at Broken Bow, we had a strange thing happen with our state aid. And so our state aid, it's a $10 million budget, and we had an $800,000 cut, which is significant in a $10 million budget. And I got the news, and I was in my office, and there was an in-service going on in the gym with teachers and some paras, instructional paras. And so I got up from that, and when they had a break, I said, I'd just like to spend a little bit of time with you here, because I'm going to need some help, because we're going to have to make some big changes here in this next year. And they explained to them kind of what was happening. And I didn't think too much about it, because I did it out of self-preservation. I mean, oops, we got 2 months here to make a lot of changes. But afterwards, people were very open about, thank you for coming and telling us what's going on, thank you for explaining. And I think that helped me to see everybody needs to know what's going on. And they need to know the truth about what's going on, because that allows them to be part of a solution rather than to be afraid or to, nobody likes to hear it. Now, I wasn't always successful at OPS, because they always said, I don't want to read it in the World Herald. But sometimes the World Herald got it before I did.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Moon.
Thank you.
Describe your method of communication with all stakeholders, that's administrators, teachers, support staff, community, and media, and why your method is effective.
Well, we might have been down this path a little bit already. I think that being open and truthful is at the basis of whatever kind of information that you're giving out. It's always better if you can be in a situation where people can ask questions and you can clarify the message, because sometimes when it comes out in writing, it can go awry, especially email. For some reason, we don't seem to be able to get the tone right in an email. But I think at the heart of it, it is being a good listener, so that you know how people are receiving the information that you're giving, because sometimes you have to check back. You know, I said, we're going to have to cut $800,000. Somebody might have heard, I'm going to get fired tomorrow, my job's going to go away, or there's not going to be any overtime, or we're going to have to cut band, or something like that. So you have to, the communication is best when it's two-way, when there's at least some way to get some feedback back on what did you hear, what did this message say. And then the other thing I think about communication is when we're getting ready to implement something or to make a change or even to continue going forward, it's really important to have ways and people that you can talk to that say, if we do this, what is that going to mean to you? Or what is that going to mean? Or if we want to do this, can we even do it? Do we have the bandwidth? Do we have the training? Do we have the whatever it takes? For the person who's actually going to implement that change, you really need to have some feedback and ask them before you announce it to the entire world, oh, well, maybe we're not going to do that because we really can't do it. We don't have the software, we don't have the training, we don't have whatever's there. So I think listening, two-way communication, as much personal face-to-face as you can get. That doesn't mean that we aren't going to have to put out regular press releases, good information in routine communication. You have to do that written communication all the time, but it's not my favorite and most effective way.
I will also say thank you for being here, Dr. Moon. My question for you is this: how would you plan to work collaboratively with local governments, other colleagues, professional organizations, businesses, community groups, furthering educational goals?
I think for an interim, that's one of the hardest parts, because to build those relationships with the chamber or with the city council or those sorts of things, sometimes it takes a little bit of time. But in most of the districts where I've served, I've been able to be on those chamber groups or as a part of a Kiwanis club or whatever, different ways that you can interact with those groups. Sometimes it's a good idea just to set up some key communicators who will come in and talk with you about that, to be available to go to city council meetings. And I noticed that you're going to have a combined meeting. Is that right? A combined meeting with the city council? It's on your website, It says January 30th, you're going to meet with the, oh, is that?
Apparently you know more about that than we do.
Okay. We'll have to have some, I'll communicate with you as soon as you give me the job here. It's a really important, because our relationship, a school district's relationship with the school and the community is really important. And I think the other thing is to help building administrators and district office staff be part of those groups. So it doesn't have to be just the superintendent, but I think it's important that all of the administrators in the district understand they're ambassadors for the district, and that the community has needs and desires and projects and things that can help us, and that we can help them. And some of my very best principles have been, the Ralston always has a huge parade on the 4th of July, and so our administrators would go and be sponsors or chaperones or security, whatever that was. We loaned them all of our chairs and tables and those sorts of things, because those are relationships that make a difference. And you want the whole community to be going forward for kids. And the school district has a lot of resources that we can share. But there's also some things I found out, because I did a short interim as a city administrator. And there's a lot of resources that the city and county have that can help us as well.
Describe what you consider to be a desirable working relationship among the board, the superintendent, and other administrative leaders.
a lot of communication questions here. The same thing, respectful, that the board and the district and the administrators and even the community have a way to discuss issues, look at it from all sides, and make a decision without rancor, if we can. So that means you've got to do all the things we've talked about before. You have to have trust. You have to be open and honest with each other. And you have to be willing to listen to the other person's perspective, even if it's not your perspective. And helping all of the administrators and everyone kind of learn to work in that arrangement is helpful. You have a committee structure, so I'm assuming that you will be discussing some of the more complicated issues in those committees. And one of the reasons why the committee structure works so well is that there's some things, no disrespect to the press that's here, but there are some things that you can't turn an idea over in a public setting. You can't say, what if we did this? Because the next thing you know, it's the headline. And so there have to be some situations or some ways to discuss ideas and topics in a safe environment where you can say, oh, that was a stupid idea, I didn't even really want to do that, but it pops out of your mouth sometimes. And so I think, let me go back to the question.
Describe what you would consider to be a desirable working relationship among the board, the superintendent, and other administrative leaders.
I think that would be, that relationship would be that any one of you would be, or any administrator or any teacher or anybody in the district would be willing to come with an idea to any of those groups, to be heard respectfully, to be asked questions, and to have a process where as people are talking about ideas, there's a function of a way to bring that to closure, so that if someone has a good idea, we can talk about it. If someone has an idea that's a good idea but we can't make it happen, that they know that too, that it's not just people talking at each other, but people talking with each other to solve problems, to move forward, to create initiatives. That's a perfect relationship. And I've had many, many boards where we've had that great relationship. Probably with the exception of negotiations for teacher salary, we usually have that relationship with our staff as well.
Okay, we'll get away from communication for a second.
Okay.
What level of importance do you place on the culture and climate of the school district?
It's important, and probably, and it's a really hard thing to build because it's sort of, I think culture is defined as what people do when no one's looking. That's the real culture of what the school district is like or what the building is like. And all of you know, if you've been in and out of school buildings, they have very different cultures. And that sometimes they need to have a very different culture. But it's very, very important that people are confident, that they're safe, they feel safe in what they're doing, and that because working with kids, that's the most important thing. And your teachers and your administrators and people, they do better work. They care more about kids. They can make adjustments in what's going on. They bring energy and hopefulness if that culture is good and strong. If it's rancorous or if there's a lot of tension inside of that culture, even though everybody's working really hard, they're still not doing the very best they can for kids because there's still that little in the culture. So it's very, very important.
Dr. Moon, how do you build trust and collaboration within the district?
Tell the truth. Ask the questions. I think the good to great information, which was a long time ago, said that the way for an organization to move from good to great is to ask the big hairy questions. You know, what's going on here? What's really happening? You can't cover it up. You can't smooth it out. You just really have to say, is this working? Is this working for everyone? Is this working whatever way? And then listen and accept the answer, not get too defensive if we have to make some changes.
Thank you. So now, what measures do you take to ensure good staff morale?
That's a tough one. And it's especially difficult right now, I think, because the stresses of being a teacher in this, and an administrator and a leader in our current social environment it's very difficult. There's a lot of demands, a lot of uncertainty. But I think morale maybe is about two things. One is being honest and upfront, and so that people know, where am I? Am I safe? Can I do my job? Do I have what I need to get my job done? Those sorts of things. And then I think the other thing is reminding staff, especially in education, how important the work is. Because people want to do the work. That they wouldn't be in education if they didn't want to make a difference for kids. And I think that helping staff at all levels understand you are powerful in the life of a child. And that's important, and the work that you're doing is important. And maybe you don't make as much money or whatever, but you make a difference. And I think that constant being sure that we remember, because we get so busy about, did we get the logs, and are we going to pass the test, and what's the newspaper going to do with our scores, and all those sorts of things. And is the principal going to, mark me down because 3 of my kids didn't pass the test or whatever? Those, they take away just the daily, how do we stop the fight in the lunchroom or whatever's going on. Those things, we don't always remember that what we're doing here is making a huge difference for the kids that we serve.
Thank you, Dr. Moon. How do you deal with conflict?
Head on. I think you can't be an administrator, certainly not a superintendent, if you're not willing to look at conflict. There's going to be conflict. There's going to be conflict all over the place. And you just have to be calm and patient and listen and get the information that you need. Be respectful in your communication, no matter how angry you might be, or frustrated or whatever, and just work through it. You can't sweep it away. You can't pretend like it's not there. You've got to take the conflict on. And conflict's not all bad. I mean, sometimes there's some things where we have a difference of opinion, where we're stronger when we get through it.
Okay, if you would please describe your management style in working with teachers and administrators.
Let's say eclectic. There are times when you really need to do a lot of collaboration. If you're choosing a textbook, if you're a lot of instructional things, there needs to be a lot of collaboration. When you're talking about, shall we use PeopleSoft or whatever software that's going on, pretty easy just to get 2 or 3 people together, make a decision, get it over with. So there are times when you need to be decisive and just not spend 3 years trying to figure out how you're going to do this one little project. there are times when you need quite a bit of collaboration, and those are the times when you really have to have buy-in from the people who are going to do it. So if you're going to adopt a new reading series, then it's pretty important that the people that are going to have to do that reading series have had some input into how that decision was made. If you're going to have a new attendance policy at the high school or wherever, it's pretty important that you spend some time looking at how's that going to work, who's going to implement it, you know, how would something complicated like that happen in an organization of people. So I think whichever one works is the management style. I'm probably way more collaborative than anything else.
What do you accept as evidence that teachers are effectively teaching and students are effectively learning?
Well, we always have some help from the state and federal government to help us out with that. But I think that if we've done a good job, if we've trained and worked with it, I'm going to rely mostly on principals to be able to tell me what's going on in their building. Are we making a difference? A lot of the schools that I've worked with, the principals that are the best, use some professional learning communities where they're looking at each or professional learning teams, where they're looking at each student's progress over time, so that we know that even though the average is this, we know that our accelerated learners are making progress, and our learners that need some help are making progress, and that building knows the difference between, and that they can see progress for all students. Because the test scores, they're too general to make that happen. But teachers should know if kids in their classroom are making progress, and they should be able to explain that. And way back, for 16 years, I was in Garden City, Kansas, so that's where I grew up professionally, I guess. We had a project that came out where we were going to do objective-based learning or something like that. And so they wanted us to create a spreadsheet so that each teacher, and this is at a high school, so teachers had an awful lot of kids to deal with, maybe 125 in some situations. And so that they would be able to track the project of every single student. And I don't know that we ever got there exactly, but one of the things that we did as assistant principals in that building is I had the teachers come in, and on this spreadsheet with 2 or 3 variables, I can't remember how many it was now, I said, if I ask you to do this, how hard would it be? And so most of the teachers, especially the good ones, could look right down that. They could look at their roster of 80 to 100 students and say, yeah, that one's probably pretty proficient. This one's probably struggling. And would be able to rate their students on a very, I would say, defensible scale. They knew it intuitively. They knew which of their kids were making the kind of progress that they needed. And at the elementary level, it's incredibly, teachers just know so much about their students and how much their students are learning and what they need, how they learn best. Now, that's not every teacher, but that's a lot of teachers and the bulk of them. So I think we have to have a big variety of how do we know if our kids are learning. From the teacher's perspective, the principal's perspective, from standardized tests like MAP and whatever we are working on, all of those are measures. They are better when they're individual measures, so you see an individual student progress. Hard, very, very complicated assessment strategies, but I think teachers know a lot about what their kids are learning and doing and what they need.
Dr. Moon, how do you hold building principals and administrators accountable to establish goals and track progress of their goals?
Well, in lots of the districts where I've been, those are part of the evaluation system. I think the worst, let's see, do I have time to tell a story? So when I went to Papillion La Vista, and I've told this story before, so I'm okay with telling this one. When I went to Papillion La Vista, I asked in the first principals meeting, I was an assistant soup for HR, and I had been that in Garden City, and so I came to Papillion La Vista to do that. And so the superintendent said, well, I don't know, I guess you do, evaluate the principals. I said, oh, okay, well, I'll be fine. I said, you have an instrument? No. Now the principals are here in the meeting. And so the superintendent said, well, we'll just go with their goals. And you can work it out from there, their written goals, because they do goals every year. So I said, okay, fine. So then I get to the file folders, and the superintendent brings me the goals, and some of them are pretty yellow and crusty because they really haven't been writing goals every year. And so the high school principal, one of my very favorite principals ever, had written in his goals, I just want to figure out how to get along with that woman assistant soup. And of course, he knew in the meeting that I was going to see those goals. So I called him and I said, Nenny, I think maybe we ought to talk. He said, I know. So, but, so if you're going to have principals set goals, then they need to be done well, they need to be monitored, they need to be monitored frequently, not just once a year when you come to their evaluation. You need to be able, when you go to meet with that principal and visit the building, to say, how we coming? I know you're working on disciplinary procedures or whatever that is this year. How's that going? And so whoever is working with the principal, everybody should kind of know the principal's goals and be able to support them and be able to say, what is it, what do you need from me? What do you need from the central office to make that goal come true? So I think that if you're going to use goals, and you have to have them, it needs to be clear, doable, and measurable, and supported. And they'll get there.
All right, would you please describe a situation where you identified the need for improvement or change and how you addressed that need?
I try not to tell stories out of school.
Yeah, I was gonna say this like really putting you on the spot, but this is good.
Well, and I think sometimes that there are a lot of times when we've identified a need for change. The most simple and straightforward one is when we found out in Auburn that we didn't have any money. They thought they had a $2 million cash reserve, and they had about 100,000 cash reserve, and so that was a big surprise. We found out during the flood abatement, whatever that was. We had determined that they had managed to spend a $4 million cash reserve in an 8-year period, unknowing, because the board was not really getting the reports that were readable or easy to sort out. So that was, we had to do a lot of changing, cut all the overtime, every single thing we could find to cut. I said my goal in my last year there was to leave the district with $1 left in that carryover, at least $1. So those are the things, but I think we had a situation where trying to think, in Ralston, we had to play a way that we did not promote students until they had the proper amount of credit. So if you were a junior but you didn't have enough credit to be a junior, then you were classified as a sophomore. Well, that worked out pretty well until we got into a conference, and all of a sudden we had to be Class A because we had too many kids between 9 and 11 because they were all classified incorrectly. We had a situation where we were going to implement some new software, and everybody in our software program, every employee, including substitute teachers, was in as a teacher. Well, then when we went to try to get subs or to do things with the system, it wasn't possible because the custodian and the cook and the teacher and the principal, everybody's in as a teacher, because it was easy. We had a huge, expensive software system that was used to write checks, basically, because they entered all the hours separately anyway. So I think there are some things like that. Bigger programs like, are we going to implement we had a terrible fiasco with a tardy policy where we gathered up all the kids that were in the hall between classes, took them to detention, kept them out of class. It didn't work out very well at all for us. It was a bad decision. Sounded good on paper, but when we started to do it, all of a sudden we had 100 kids every hour that weren't where they were supposed to be because maybe they had a pass or they didn't, but it took most of the hour to even sort out what was going on there. We did some work at Ralston where we had some experimental reading programs that some of them worked, some of them didn't work. We had to make some decisions about which one we were going to go with going forward. So I think there are lots and lots of times where you see that where you're going isn't the right direction, and you have to make those changes. But you have to prepare people for it. You have to talk with people. You have to say, this is why we're going to do it this way or that way, or how can you help us? This is not working. What can we do better or differently? I don't know if I answered your question. I think I varied off it into storytelling.
Describe your experience and background related to school finance and the budget process.
Probably one of the things I've learned the most from the small school interims that I've done is that it's a big job to keep track of the finances. And so I have been very fortunate. Doug Lewis, who was the assistant sup for finance with me in Ralston, is one of the absolute best. I learned a lot from him. But what I think that the superintendent has to understand the budget, because you have to know where your resources are and how to help everybody put those resources where they need to go to make the initiatives that you want to move forward, because the power is in the budget, like it or not. The money makes a difference. And so you can't squander it over here and then need it over here. So it's really important to understand the budget, to work with the budget. I think to have the board understand the budget and what's going on there and be able to answer those questions and to be able to put the information that you're getting on a monthly basis in a format that you can read. Because usually what a board gets is a stack of paper about this thick, and it's got a bunch of all the checks you wrote and whatever is going on there. And so it's just, sometimes it's just noise. It just goes on by because you don't even know what to look at. My board at Ralston, I had one board member who always looked at the revenue versus the projection of revenue. And she would remind us at each time, she says, we're not getting in that money like we thought. We've got it budgeted for this much revenue. I had a group of board members who really looked hard at the activity funds and how they were being spent. I had, especially at Ralston during our big building fund, we had a couple of board members who really watched those capital spending and that sort of thing. And so they kind of knew where to look on the form and what questions to ask, and to come in and ask those questions ahead of time so we could do some research on what's going on with this budget. There's a difference between what you publish in the with the State Department and what really is happening. So you want your principals to be sure they understand their budget. And if they have discretionary funds, that they know what they can spend those funds on and what they can't spend those funds on. They can make a huge difference. That building principal with some discretion in their budget can make a huge difference, but they have to understand it. You have to be sure that the central office people understand this is your budget. This is what we get to spend on textbooks. This is what we get to spend on training. If it's not enough, then you better come with a good proposal to say we better put some more money over there. And you better say where you're going to take the money away. Because that's the one thing I've learned from Doug Lewis, is he would put up with me asking, and then he'd finally say, okay, fine, what do you want me to do? Just tell me where I'm going to not spend the money. Okay. But anyway, I think that's the budget. There's power in the budget because it's the resources that you have to serve your kids, whether that's people that you hire, and you don't want to waste any of it. You don't want to waste something on a bad process. You want to spend it where it counts. And usually in schools, and I'd say 99% of it is on people. Get the right people and give them what they need to do their job.
The board is interested in considering an 18-month contract at this time. Would you consider a longer-term contract at the conclusion of the 18 months if it has been a positive experience for all involved?
It would have to be I can't see how you could do it in shorter than 18 months, because that would be it. But probably not. Usually when I've signed the interim contracts, it's been you accept the contract and you resign at the same time, because it's a finite job. And I'm old enough that I would not be able to make a commitment for 5, 8, 10 years that you might want from a superintendent. So my interest in this position is as an interim only, as a transitional person.
Okay, Dr. Moon.
Although I have had a hard time leaving all of my interims. I'm a little sad.
Well, we've had the opportunity to hammer you. Now it's your turn for us. What kind of questions do you have for us?
I don't have too many tough ones. I am interested probably in what you see as the most pressing issues in that first 60 days that we talked about. What's the district facing that you're going to need the most leadership and help with?
Well, would anyone like to speak first? Go ahead.
Transparency. It's been a big one that we've been hearing a lot about. Be more transparent, making sure that, just like you said, everybody has the correct information.
Mm-hmm.
Would be mine.
I think working on building fractured relationships in the community. There's a small percentage of people that have been unhappy with the performance, and they're influential in the community. And I think maybe contacting them, having some meetings, and trying to repair some of those fractured relationships. There's been a lot of misinformation, lies, even innuendo, that's just not accurate. And I think the rumor mills really destroyed a lot of healthy relationships, and I think we're working on that trust, even within the board, is going to be a big one.
Mm-hmm.
I know you had mentioned that you were unaware of the age of our strategic plan, and we do have a recent strategic plan, and it's highly comprehensive. So I feel that it would be really important for an interim to understand that. you know that we are a large district, relatively speaking. And I'm not envious at all of an interim superintendent to GIPS. I mean, I cannot imagine. But I would say probably really jumping into that strategic plan, and just as you mentioned, being super diligent about building relationships early on, just learning all that you can. I really appreciate the communication about the importance of listening and just hearing all the different stakeholder voices.
Do you think that that's maybe a whole board work session around that strategic plan to bring me up to speed and new board members up to speed and be sure that we validate the work that's been done there, and maybe even talk a little bit about the progress that's been done? We had a strategic plan somewhere, I can't remember just where, but probably Broken Bow, but we went through the strategic plan and it had not been discussed really at all. But it was really interesting as we went through and looked at that strategic plan from about 10 years prior to then, how many of the issues had been resolved. That we really had made progress on it just by identifying, here are some initiatives that we want to do and here are some things that need to be done. We also went through there and went, ooh, wow, haven't done that yet. We haven't even looked at that and turned over that rock yet. And so, but it was helpful for us to go back through that and maybe learn together really quickly what's in that strategic plan and where our administrators who are implementing it are in that strategic plan.
And in addition to that, we need to do master's facility planning too. That's been something we've been putting on the back burner. And this is actually, this is my 7th year on the board. I just had my 6th year anniversary. We're actually in our 2nd strategic plan since I got on the board. And so it is a very much a living, breathing document that we refer to a lot. But I think it would be a great idea to renew that and kind of review it again. In addition with master's facility planning, because we are a growing district and we need to plan ahead for the future.
I'm curious to know, like, availability, so that if we decided we were going to have a strategic plan a work session on the strategic plan. I noticed there's one on the budget in the list of meetings that are coming up. On the website, at least. I don't know for sure if they're right, but, is that something that the board has time to spend a couple of hours working on this, that, or the other?
Definitely, especially with 5 new people on the board. That's something that we would need to all wrap our brains around and would certainly appreciate input on. You can't just, this is a moving train that we've all jumped on.
Mm-hmm.
And we all need to get on the same page, and that would be one of the most important things first, would be to look at that strategic plan with the interim superintendent and say, okay, recommendations, how do we get this wrapped up? Is it too broad? Is it too specific?
Have we already made some of these? Are there any new goals we want to put in there?
Exactly.
Those sorts of things. Well, it'd be a super learning experience for me to be able to spend time with all of you, seeing what's in there and hearing what your feelings about that are. What was my other question?
I just wanted to kind of answer your question about the first 60 days, because I'm all about building relationships. It's basically what I do when I'm not kind of in a volunteer aspect in the community. I think that's a really important aspect about bringing someone to the community, especially getting in tune with the nonprofits that are working in this community, because they know about all of the needs, not only that people in our district, but even just community members experience on the daily. When you kind of go in there and learn from the nonprofits, you learn about kind of what does the poverty look like, what is the trauma that the local students are experiencing. So I think that's really important, that you kind of, when you're in a new community, just really learning who are those organizations that are that have the trust with those community members, with teachers, parents, students, but also who are those people that really do know and understand the needs, because there's a lot of needs in this community. There's a lot of groups that are underserved that need to be brought to the table, and kind of listen to and kind of learn what their experience is in the district. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's really important to, I don't know, to bring together or to understand that the nonprofits do a tremendous amount of work, and I have a day-to-day hands-on experience with the people who need their services. I think that that's one of the things that I learned a lot about in the Omaha Public Schools. No matter what the media portrays or whatever is there, that is a staff of people who are dedicated to making a difference for kids and serving the students who have the most need and the most mobility and some of those sorts of things. And they have a huge capacity for that in their culture, to serve every child as best they possibly can. And so it's really important to know your community that way. Thank you. Other things that are on your mind? No.
Unfortunately, we'd love to
I
ask
know,
you a
it's
million
time to end.
questions, but we have to stick to the script so everyone has the same opportunities. So you bet a million questions pop up, but
No.
at the same time, any last minute comments? Would you like to close?
No, I think you've asked me a lot of really good questions. I am humbled by you have good candidates, and so I would love to do this job. I think my experience as an interim would be good for you, but I also know that you're going to be in good hands no matter who you select. So I'm excited. I have tried to find some furnished housing, and okay. I might need one of those agencies. All right, thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Moon. We certainly appreciate your time, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Be sure to step off of this.
Yeah, don't trip down that step there.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to break for recess since the next one is not scheduled to 4:45. So I'll also check with those involved to see if we can move that up at all. Okay, so we come back. Why don't we plan on coming back in 15 minutes? By the way, everyone, let's stay away from being in groups of more than 4. Thank you.
previously asked a question maybe pertaining more to cover letter content. Would that be open? Gotcha.
And the other thing you can do too, that I clarified, is if you ask a question and they haven't completely answered, you can't come back and follow up. Yeah. And that's gonna happen, yeah.
Got it.
They're gonna try to bring them in. All this stuff. Bring them in, so we'll start sooner. But if you need to hit the header in, go ahead.
We will not get lost in the magic again.
Did you think it started at 3:15?
I'm sorry, 3:15, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought too. I was like, dude.
Who came in the door first, and that's who's getting blamed for the starting line. Did you walk back?
I came in first. Or you left first or came back in?
Came back in. I think I got the door for you.
You knew what you were doing.
I would have been first.
You knew what you were doing.
I'm sorry.
I thought they said they were coming in random order.
I think they were assigned.
I knew what time to be here, but apparently I didn't realize my brain took it differently because I thought it was 15. Not for.
I'm looking for my fluffy. I knocked mine off. Just as a reminder, we are on video and audio. That would make it really active.
No. Look alive, look alive. And we actually will have you sit, but you're welcome to. I get to be up on the horseshoe. You're gonna be in the horseshoe, yes.
So funny. Josh left again.
Someone put a.
This isn't his chair, is it?
No, it's not.
Any particular seat you want me in?
You're most comfortable.
Well, I could be out here on, can you see me? Maybe you can see me better out here on the end, I don't know.
Let's get rid of the chair. How about we do that?
Okay, it is now 4:33 p.m. We will go ahead and reconvene. Okay, next up on the slate, we have Mr. Matt Fisher. And what we are going to, as we did in the prior interview, we're going to start here to the left of the chair, and we will start with the questions. So Amanda Wilson. Welcome here, Mr. Fisher. Sure appreciate you being here.
Well, I
Thank you so
appreciate having the opportunity to be here.
You betcha.
Hello, Mr. Fisher. First question is, how will you establish a working relationship with the board?
Well, I think that, as I think about coming into any new superintendent position, one of the things that I would certainly want to do is sit down and have a conversation with each board member individually. I think certainly we know that the board works as a group, but within that group, there's definitely some individual, thought processes that have to be molded. And so I would definitely want to have a one-on-one conversation with each board member and really try and identify what each board member's priorities are, what their concerns are, and then really try and start thinking about how do we mold, all of those things together. Certainly in your situation where you have, 5 new board members, there's definitely going to be some growth that needs to take place within the board, and I think certainly the superintendent has to be a central part in that, both from the standpoint of, like I said, identifying and helping bring together priorities, helping to think through some of the concerns that different board members have. And then I think, ultimately part of the board process is understanding, board roles and, where does my role as a board member, start and end, and what things should I be thinking that, the administrators are going to take care of, and what things should I be, committing my time to as a board member. So I think that's certainly all a part of that growth process. And I know you guys have met with the School Boards Association, or at least some of you have already, to help define some of those roles. And I think that's a great resource. I've been really working with the School Boards Association. I know a number of you have been to different workshops that I've done. But I really do think that School Boards Association offers a lot in terms of helping boards to grow into their role. So I think you guys are on a good track there as far as what you're doing with them.
Hi, Mr. Fisher. Can you tell us what strengths you'll bring to our school district and this position?
Well, I think that, I think I'm a strong leader. First and foremost, obviously that's a big part of what you're looking for. And I think when you think about that, you have to kind of understand what leadership, or at least how I would define leadership. And I think that's really about team building. And I think whether that's me thinking about working with you as a board, or me thinking about the work that would be done with an administrative team, and ultimately the district as a whole. I think that whole notion of leading through team building is really how I've always approached leadership. And so I think that's certainly a key part of what I feel like I would bring. I think having been a resident in Grand Island for the last 10 and a half years, I think I have a good understanding of the community. Now, my understanding is probably, a little different than other people, as a superintendent at Northwest. Obviously, some of my perspectives were a little bit different than the perspectives that there would be as you move into this role. But I think as far as thinking about the community and really having a desire to see Grand Island be the strongest community possible, I think the only way any community is strong is by having strong schools. And so I think knowing some of the community history, knowing some of the things in terms of relationships between Northwest, Grand Island, Central Catholic, Heartland Lutheran, and knowing the people that are in roles in those different districts, I think is certainly something that would help me as I would look at leading this district. I think also just my background in education and really the relationships I have with school leaders in this entire area. I have a very strong relationship with the superintendent Kearney, the superintendent in Hastings. So again, as I think about regionally how Grand Island can help to serve the needs of not just the students in this school district, but the students in this entire area, I think there's an opportunity for collective sharing of ideas and potential sharing of resources and those kind of things that I think, again, could be a real plus to me in this role. So, beyond that, I think you go back to that leadership thing. One of the things I think that's, again, important as a leader is communication skills. I think I've always been a good communicator. Now, I can tell you that there's never been a school district that I've been in that whether it's my district or anyone else's district, that felt like the communication was good enough. But I do think that I do see communication as a high priority, and I think identifying groups that need to be communicated with and understanding how best to communicate with them is something that I feel like has been a strength over the course of my career. I think also, having been out of education the last 3 years, and actually being in a little bit different world has probably helped me to understand a lot of things that are a part of the education world better. In the course of my career, I worked in 3 different school districts. In the last 3 years, I've worked in 30 different school districts, and really had a chance to look at, larger schools, smaller schools, schools that had plenty of money, schools that had a lot of financial challenges, schools that had, varying degrees of diversity. And so I think that this past 3.5 years, I think has also really helped probably set me in a better position. Although being away from education wouldn't necessarily seem that way, but I really do think that because I haven't been totally away from education, it really has given me an opportunity to grow as an educator and certainly as a leader.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Fisher, or Mr. Fisher, sorry.
That's right, I'm not a doctor.
Not yet, maybe. Thank you so much for being here. This third question is, describe areas you would focus on during the first 60 days on the job.
Well, I think in terms of the first 60 days, I think the focus really has to be coming to understand what the district's priorities are and understanding what the district's challenges are. And so, again, I would go back to what we talked about in the first question, really having those conversations with board members to help understand what each of you's priorities are, and then really getting a collective sense of what priorities are. And obviously the district has had priorities and things that they've been working for a long time. And I certainly wouldn't come in and say, we've got to change all these priorities. I don't think that's the way, you approach anything. I think it's a matter of really coming to understand those priorities, and then, if we need to shift focus somewhere along the way, then we work at shifting that focus. And really the same conversation would be taking place with the administrative team as well, really understanding what they see as priorities and what they see as challenges, and really being able to take that information and assimilate it into, okay, here are the things that are working really well, and here are the things that we want to make sure we keep moving in a positive direction. And here are things that maybe are tripping us up a little bit right now, and how do we go about addressing those problems that, might exist. So, in terms of the first 60 days, beyond that, I think it will be very critical to be very visible. I think being visible throughout the district and in all the different buildings, being visible throughout the community, I think that would be a little bit of an advantage that I would have, in that having lived in the community, I know a lot of the people already. So I think in terms of, having conversations with business people, there are some relationships that I already have in place that I think would be very, valuable as far as asking them, what do they see as things that are working well at Grand Island Public Schools, and what things do they think, maybe they, from a business perspective, would like to see look a little different. And then I think also, I already know a lot of the leadership within Grand Island Public Schools. Some of you as board members I know, certainly some of the group that I just interviewed with, actually I knew almost all of them, but some of the building principals a number of staff members that, you know, as I was the superintendent at Northwest, we had staff members who went to Grand Island Public Schools. We had Grand Island Public Schools staff that came to Northwest. So again, I think there are a lot of individuals that I think can help me, you know, in terms of creating opportunities for visibility, and then also, you know, helping to understand, you know, what are, you know, needs and opportunities that exist within the district. So I think, you know, visibility I think would be very important. I think having those conversations, really getting a sense for where is the district, what are the needs, what are the opportunities, those are the things I think that would really be critical within that first 60 days.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Next question will be, what steps will you take to gain a better understanding of the school district and the community?
Well, probably some of those things that I just talked about would definitely be a part of it. I do think conversations with board, conversations with administrative team, and then conversations with staff members. I think, you know, really trying to get a sense for, you know, what are the challenges at Barr Middle School? You know, what are the challenges at Dodge Elementary? You know, somewhere I need to get a sense not only for district-wide, you know, what things are working really well and what things, you know, can we improve on. I also need to get a sense for where those things are within each of the school buildings. And so I think having, you know, I'm going to get tired of talking. I'm thinking during those, and actually, I'm going to get tired of listening. And I don't get tired of listening. I think listening is really, when you go back to leadership skills, I think listening is one of the most important leadership skills. I think too many times we do spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. So I think having conversations, not only to identify, but also to build trust. You know, I think by being visible throughout the district, being visible in the community, and having conversations with people is how you go about building trust. You have to build a relationship with people before they're going to trust you. And I think trust is very important, you know, in that leadership role. I think people, you know, ultimately, if I'm in the superintendent role, I know I'm going to make decisions that at least some people aren't going to like very well. And I think there has to be a sense of trust in order for people to accept those decisions that they maybe don't like. And so I do think that being out, being visible, having conversations, building trust is really key to how you get your feet on the ground and get going.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, the next three questions involve communication, and they're all just slightly different. They kind of get lumped in possibly, but mine in particular has to do with the board. What methods of communication will you use to keep the board informed?
Well, I think certainly email is a pretty critical tool, because you can reach out to everyone at once. Everyone gets the same information. When it's delivered in a written form, there's less ambiguity as far as everyone having the same information. Now, at the same time, I think there's also very important times when, you know, a conversation is what's required, whether it's a phone conversation or a face-to-face conversation, because sometimes written, whether it's emails, text. I would probably also use some text, because I do think in this day and age that's probably one of the best ways to communicate. Is people sometimes are not real connected to their email, but they're almost always connected to their phones and pretty available through text. But again, I think something lacks in terms of the overall communication when you're just sending a text or an email. I think that phone conversation, face-to-face conversation is certainly the best, because I think is much to be gained by having that back and forth when you can look in each other's eyes and know how people react to something. I mean, I can tell you something on the phone and there's a long pause, and I don't know whether that's a good pause or a bad pause. But if I tell you something face to face, I know right away that, this is an issue for you, or, this is something that you're very supportive of. So I do think that wherever possible, I think face to face. Now, obviously with boards, it gets a little tricky because, there's a need for the whole board to be on the same page. And ultimately, when it comes time for the board to make decisions, the board needs to have, the same information. Now, with a 9-member board, to have the exact same communications with everyone, email works good. A text probably can work good for that. But again, you're missing some of those things. So I think, those one-to-one conversations also are important. But somewhere in that process, there also has to be a matter of keeping all board members informed of whatever those conversations are and what direction might be set from particular conversations. Now, in the districts I've worked before, it's always been the president of the board, who typically I probably had more conversations with than anyone else, just simply because they're in that leadership role. They're the one that's going to have to, run meetings, and I do think it's important that, the board runs their meetings. That's not my job. It's important that the board runs their meetings and that the board makes board decisions. My job is to be a resource and a guide. And so, I think that communication is very important, and there are a lot of different ways to do it. And like I said before, invariably, there will be a breakdown in communication somewhere. It's just, I've never been anywhere where somebody didn't feel like they got left out on some communication. That's one of the real challenges, I think, of that area.
Thank you.
Was that all 3 parts?
No, that's just.
Hey there, Mr. Fisher. What methods do you use to keep administration and staff members informed regarding critical issues?
Well, probably a lot like the board. I think there are times you have to use email, just simply because that's the best way of communicating. Now, by that same token, I know from experience that sometimes the staff is not very good about reading emails. And a lot of times I've run into that situation where the breakdown in communication is the fact that people didn't read their email. But I do think it's important to get information out. I think you got to do it that way at times. But I think it's always important to do some follow-up to make sure that people are getting the information. And again, from this role, communicating to the administrative team with the idea that they're going to communicate to their staffs, that's probably a part of what takes place in a lot of cases. It's probably more a matter of, me communicating with someone who's going to communicate with someone else in a lot of instances. Sometimes there's a situation where, again, whether it's an administrative team member or beyond that, as I shared with the administrative group earlier, part of my job, I think, too, is to be a resource and I guess a backup to administrators in their roles. So there's probably points in time where a hard conversation needs to take place with a staff member. And maybe it's somebody from the administrative team having that conversation, but maybe it's also me setting in with them to be a part of that process. So it really does vary. As I think about the whole staff, probably don't see a lot of text messaging going on there, but email, sending out, obviously, bulletins and things like that. And again, I don't know, that print publication, I think sometimes has some value because people might read something that they don't necessarily read in an email. So occasionally that might be a method that gets used. So it's critical, and there are different ways to do it. And I know in the end that there's always going to be a sense that we're not getting enough. Part of the other, I guess, things as I think about that communication piece, kind of going back to the visibility piece. I think if I'm visible, if I'm in buildings, then I think there's going to be opportunities for some communication that may not be planned communication, and may be really a critical part of that staff communication.
Mr. Fisher, this will be sort of the third piece that Mr. McFarland described. So please describe your method of communication with all stakeholders, meaning administrators, teachers, support staff, community, and media, and why your method is effective.
Well, I think regular administrative team meetings would be a big part of that communication. There's going to be times when you have to send information out to them, but I think regular meetings with the administrative team would be important. As far as, and then obviously, communicating with the board on a regular basis, both in preparation for board meetings and just to keep the board abreast of all the other things that might become issues that they need to know about. Then when you think about the stakeholders, I think, and I know you have stakeholder committees in place, and I do think that's a very critical piece, having regular meetings with community stakeholders, whether that's business community or that's, the various groups from different backgrounds that have been pulled together to be a resource. And as we talked about with the administrative group, I think being able to draw on those stakeholder groups to really help understand what's working in what we're doing educationally and what isn't working, certainly is critical. As I looked at the demographics for the district compared to the demographics of the staff, certainly we can't look at our staff as the only resource that we utilize to understand the different cultures that we're dealing with in terms of the students that we're providing an education for. So I think having those stakeholder groups is really important, and listening as well as sharing back. I think sometimes, we need to listen, but then there's going to be times that, there are things that need to be shared that, we understand from a cultural standpoint, this is what you'd like to have happen, but we can't make that happen because of this. So I think having that honest dialogue back and forth with those groups is really critical. And then, you know, hopefully those groups are communicating to their broader public as well. And again, that building that trust, you've got to have a relationship. And if you don't have that stakeholder group that you can build a relationship, it's going to be really hard to build trust in those different communities. So I think that's, and then again, you know, like I said, you know, by being in buildings, I think having the opportunity to have a conversation with a staff member who, you know, it may not be a widely held concern that they have, but it's a concern, and listening, and then maybe being able to have a conversation with the principal. You know, do you know that this is a concern, you know, within your building? So I think those, just being accessible, I think is really important.
Thanks for that. Next question is, how would you plan to work collaboratively with local governments, other colleagues, professional organizations, businesses, and community groups in furthering educational goals?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I think that is an area where living in the community and having been here for the last 10 plus years certainly puts me in a good place to start those relationships with those various groups. Within the, you know, the school community, obviously, lots of connections at Northwest, but I also, you know, have connections with, you know, Heartland Lutheran and Central Catholic as well. And so I think thinking about schools throughout the community, I think I already have a foothold in that area. Certainly, in terms of working with business, I had a number of different business contacts when I was at Northwest, and was also, you know, part of the Rotary Club. And again, I think those getting involved in the community through, you know, some civic organizations and some things like that would be very important. I've been on the road a lot in the last 3 years, so I've kind of moved away from some of that, but I think getting back involved in those groups would be important. And I served on the College Park Board for a number of years and developed a lot of really solid relationships there. Chamber of Commerce, I'm pretty well, through my Northwest time, pretty well connected there as far as knowing the people on that end. So I think refreshing those relationships, because I haven't been as active, you know, in the community, because I have been out of the community a lot on the road, would be important for me. But I do think I have a pretty good foothold already in terms of growing those relationships. And then, as I mentioned before, I think, as I think about Grand Island Public Schools, I think there's an opportunity, certainly, and I think to some extent it's already exists. This needs to be a leading school for our area. I mean, I think all schools in this area should look to Grand Island Public Schools as a resource. And I really think that's because I do have good relationships with, you know, really every superintendent. As I think about, you know, either through the time I was at Northwest or the time that I've been working with First National Capital Markets, I've worked with every superintendent in this area. And I think, again, using them as resources for myself, but also making myself, and then certainly there's a lot of opportunities that exist here in Grand Island schools that are not available in other schools. And there's, I think, a need maybe to figure out ways that we can be more of a regional resource. So that, you know, I think those are the kind of things that, as I think about some of the leadership opportunities that would exist as the Grand Island Public Schools superintendent, those would be things I'd be certainly interested in exploring.
Thank you for being here. Describe what you consider to be a desirable working relationship among the board, the superintendent, and other administrative leaders.
Well, I think first and foremost, it needs to be an environment of trust. I think there needs to be a high level of trust. And I think trust comes from honesty. And so I think, and as I shared with the administrators, I think it's very important that we be honest with one another, that we be honest with the community and be very transparent. And I think all of those things grow out of being very honest with yourself. I think you have to be honest with yourself to recognize things that, maybe are biases that I have, or, thoughts that I have that maybe don't align with everyone else, and why do my thoughts not align with everyone else? And be honest about it. Not that I'm wrong, but I do need to be very honest with myself. And then I think once that happens, then I think that being honest with one another, making sure that we're very honest with the community, and then when I say community, that could be the community at large. It also is our educational community within our district. And so I think those things are really, really critical, that whole notion of trust being built through honesty. And, I think that's the foundational piece for all of those relationships within the board, with myself and the board, with the board and the administrators, with myself and the administrators, and then really with the district and the community as a whole.
What level of importance do you place on the culture and climate of the school district?
Great deal of importance. I think that whether you're talking about being a student or being an employee, no one likes to work in a negative climate. And so I think creating the most positive climate possible is a critical piece. And I think that certainly starts at the district level. If things are not operating in a positive manner at the district level, you're probably going to see the same kind of dysfunction taking place in any of the buildings that you might walk into. And so I think having a positive climate is critical. One of the things that and again, when I asked your administrative team what they saw as strengths for the district, one of the things they said was their climate. And I had to agree, and honestly, that's a big part of why I'm here, is beyond my first national capital market banking gig, I'm also your loss control consultant for your insurance company. So when you retire, you got to have more than one job. So I've been doing that for the last 3 years. And so in that role, I've been in a number of the Grand Island Public Schools buildings. And I think that sense of positivity and, really quality people doing the hard work of education, is a big part of why I'm here applying for this position. So I think a lot of that exists. There's always room for improvement in terms of school climate. And so I think, again, from the very top, from the boardroom to the administrative team, to the school buildings, there needs to be a real sense of positive purpose. And then I think once you have real positive purpose, it's easy to build positive climate around that.
Mr. Fisher, can you tell us how you would build trust and collaboration within the district?
Well, we've kind of skirted around this in a number of different questions already, but I do think being out in the district and building relationships is really where it starts. Like I said before, you can't build trust without building a relationship. So I think you really have to start with building relationships. And again, that starts with the board, the administrative team, and then right on down the line that you get out and you build relationships, and then those relationships are able to communicate that sense of trust. So being very visible, like I said before, being accessible. You know, people need to feel like they can come to you with concerns. And once they feel that they can come to you with concerns, and obviously there's a level of trust. And it really does all go back to starting out with, I've got to have a relationship with you before there's ever going to be trust.
I like to give people an extra few seconds and minutes if you wanted to say another thing, but thank you for that. What measures do you take to ensure good staff morale?
Well, that one ties really good with that last question. You're never going to have good staff morale if people don't trust each other. So I think obviously building trust with me is important, but people have to build trust within their building. They have to trust their administrators. They have to trust the administrative team. They have to trust the school board. So I think in terms of building morale, that's a critical piece. Beyond that, I think just being positive, having a very positive, optimistic outlook, and carrying that positive, optimistic outlook, really into everything that you do, and encouraging others to do that as well, then I think that's good for morale. I think making sure that people are recognized for the job that they do is important. Obviously, there's not enough money to pay people for the work that they do. School is a challenging place to work, and there's a lot of really hard jobs that probably don't get paid near enough. And that's not talking about just teachers in the classroom. That's talking about all staff members. There's a lot of really hard jobs. And so I think absent the pay, and even if the pay was great, people still want to be recognized for doing the work that they're doing, and they want to know that the work that they're doing makes a difference. And so I think that's an important part of what we do to build morale, is we make people feel like the work that they're doing is important. So I think those are some of the things. Now, obviously, there's all kinds of other things, and some of those go back to recognition. But the bottom line is, I think people want to know that they're appreciated. They want to know that what they're doing makes a difference, and they want to know that they can trust the people that work around them.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. How do you deal with conflict?
Well, conflict is one of those fun things you get to deal with a lot in schools. So I think dealing with conflict, there's a couple of things, and we've talked about both of these already. You have to have that level of trust. I think that helps you deal with a lot of conflict. If people trust you and they trust that the decisions that you're making really are in the best interest of students and ultimately the best interest of moving the district towards, its goals, then as conflicts happen and you make decisions, people will trust that it's not a biased decision, that it's a decision that is in the best interest of the district. The other thing that I think is really important when you're thinking about conflict goes back to that team leadership style. I think certainly as I think about the conflicts that I've dealt with over the course of my career, the more input that I could get from the people that I worked with and that I had a high level of trust with, the better the outcome of those decisions that had to be made in a conflict were. So I think really gathering as much information, getting input and thought process from as many people as it makes sense to. Now, obviously, there's different situations that would dictate that here's the group that I'm going to talk to on this matter. But really making sure that I got as much information as possible and making sure that I included the right people in the decision process typically makes the conflict come out in a much better way. Now, in the end, there's almost every conflict, there's going to be somebody that's not happy. And so then again, you're back to that trusting that, if you build a relationship and they know that they can trust you to do not necessarily what's best for them, but what's best for the district, then hopefully they accept the decision and are willing to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher, and you've already partially answered this one already. It says describe your management style. You already mentioned your team leadership style, but anything else in regards to that and working with teachers and administrators?
I think that really, when I think about my leadership style and my management style, I really do want it to be a team management situation. One thing about, getting older, you do figure out that you don't have all the right answers. You don't have all the best answers. And the more you can involve other people, the more likely you are to come out with the best outcome possible. So I think, one of the things about the superintendent role is, though, ultimately, you do have to be a decision maker. You gather the input, you help other people, give you input as to how they see this playing out. But in the end, you do have to make decisions. And so I think you get to do that team process to a certain point. Ultimately, you do have to be a decision maker. So my thought process is I want to be a consensus builder first, and then ultimately, when called upon to do it, I know I will be a decision maker that, and then again, you go back to all those other things we've talked about. If you've built the relationships, if you know that there's a high level of trust, then the decisions you make should be accepted.
Okay. What do you accept as evidence that teachers are effectively teaching and students are effectively learning?
That's a good one. So, I think as evidence, obviously you've got test scores and those kind of things, which would point towards, whether students are progressing. But obviously, as you think about varying student bodies and varying, economic conditions, all the things that go into why students are successful and why students aren't successful. I don't think test scores certainly tell all of the picture. Maybe they only tell a small part of the picture. So again, I think you have to look beyond that. I think you certainly have to have a sense of, you have to go back to your building leadership, and that building leadership's ability to identify good teaching strategies, effective relationship building, and again, I think, as you think back over my career, I thought I can identify a lot of teachers that were really good teachers, and they did things a lot different than other teachers. This good teacher may do things a whole lot different than this good teacher. I think the one thing that is consistent in all good teachers is they build good relationships. And so I think as I prepare administrators to administer a building, and I help them, judge what's effective in their building and what isn't effective in their building. That's certainly one of the things that I would zero in on is how good of relationships are your teachers building with their students? Because students are no different than anyone else. If you don't build a relationship with them, they're not going to perform at their highest level. If they don't care about you, chances are they're not going to care about what you're trying to teach them. So again, I think those things are really important when you think about evaluating how effective teachers are being, how effective, how well are students progressing. Now, obviously, you got to go back to some kind of measure. Are our students, when they get to certain levels, performing at the level we want them to? I think there has to be some of that. And test scores are probably one way of evaluating that. But I think there also has to be that, I think we have to, when we think about the end product of our process, are our students being successful when they leave the school district? I think that's an evaluation of not just our high school. That's certainly an evaluation of our whole educational process. And if we're not being successful in that end product, then we have to start identifying ways that we can be more effective. We have to identify where are we falling short? Why are we not getting to where we want to get to? So that's a pretty broad, complex piece, but I obviously it's probably one of the most critical things that we do is how do we know that our students are being successful? And so I think that's certainly as you think about administrative discussions, that has to be a key part of our administrative discussions on almost every occasion is how do we know we're being effective, and are we, and what are we doing that's working really well, and what are we doing that isn't working, and how do we get better at the things that we need to get better at?
Thank you. How do you hold building principals and administrators accountable to establish goals and track progress of their goals?
Well, that's probably some of that evaluative work that you get to do as a superintendent. You are, and again, I'm not sure exactly what the structure is here, because you have an associate superintendent, but somewhere between Dr. Dexter and the superintendent and any other administrative leadership that's responsible for evaluating principals, you definitely have to have them set goals. You have to discuss those goals. You have to, make sure that those are meaningful goals that they've set for themselves. And then as you move throughout the academic year, you're gonna have continual discussion about, where are you with your goals? You set this goal for yourself or this goal for your building. How are we coming on reaching that goal? And then ultimately, you're gonna have a formal evaluation process, and those goals have to be reviewed and become a part of that evaluation process. So as far as holding them accountable, obviously if they're setting goals and not meeting those goals, and because they're not meeting their goals, their building's not performing at the level that it should, then obviously you've got to, I guess certainly try to improve them. Part of the administrative process is certainly helping people to grow, whether that's principals helping teachers to grow, or other administrative members helping principals to grow. That has to be where you start, and ultimately if they're unwilling or unable to grow to the level that you feel like they need to, then you have to make changes. But I think that having goals, having definite expectations for themselves as well as for the people that they supervise, has to be a critical part of that evaluation.
Thank you. Would you please describe a situation where you identified the need for improvement or change, and then how you addressed that need?
Well,
and you are allowed time to think on that question.
That's all right. I think we'll make it easy for you because it'll be one that you'll all follow. So Northwest Schools does not have a middle school. That was a definite problem. We felt like, and again, going back through the process, this was a multi-year process where as we met administratively and we discussed, well, what things are we providing and what things aren't we providing? And ultimately, as we had conversation with the school board about where we're really falling short, the clear area that we were falling short was failing to provide a lot of opportunities for middle school students. And so, through that identification process, we decided that we would run a bond issue to build a middle school, which unfortunately failed. But I think through the process, I spent a lot of time really defining what we were lacking and why the middle school would provide opportunities that didn't currently exist, how it could be beneficial, to all of our students. And I think, that was, again, a good opportunity to do a lot of sharing with the community, a lot of, really idea development within our internal groups, both the administration and other staff groups, to really identify the challenges that exist there. It's also was a very disappointing outcome when you put all of that together and you feel like you've got a story that really should sway people, and it doesn't, because the public didn't feel like they wanted to educate option students. Was the bottom line on that one, and we knew that was a challenge, but it was still the right thing to do. And I guess, so as I think about things, in terms of undertaking where you really had to do a lot of really defining a problem, defining a solution, communicating on all different levels to a lot of different groups. That was certainly an opportunity to do that. Now, since I've been out of education and I've actually done multiple bond campaigns with different school districts, there are certainly a lot of things that I would do differently if I did it again. But you know, again, thinking about really defining a problem and what's the solution and how do we go about it. I'd like to tell you it was a success story, but it wasn't. But it really did, I think, provide a lot of opportunity for growth.
Describe your experience and background related to school finance and the budget process.
Well, there you go. So, beyond the work that I did as a superintendent, and you know, when I was a superintendent at Northwest, I was blessed to have a very good business manager that helped me not have to do a lot of those kind of things. And so, again, as I think about this situation, one of the concerns could be, well, do I think I have to be the finance expert, and does that step on other people's toes? I'm more than willing to let, other people fill that role when it's their job to do that. But I do feel like I have a very high level of understanding of school finance. And like I said earlier, I've been doing workshops with the School Boards Association on school finance for a number of years. Back when I was at Northwest, I was doing those workshops, and I've continued to do those workshops in my work with First National. One of the things that probably is very unique, I actually have securities licensing and have a much better understanding of how schools finance projects and what you can and can't do, and that I never would have had if I had stayed in the superintendent's role that I was in before. First National, we currently serve as a municipal advisor for Kearney and also for Hastings. So we've been studying, their finances and helping them identify how, they can address facility needs or, any kind of financial need. Obviously, in this district, funding from the state is a critical piece. I think about half of your general fund dollars come from the state. So having an understanding of how the state aid formula works is very important. And so that as the legislature starts discussing different pieces that they might tinker with in the state aid formula, really having a sense for how that's going to impact the district, I think is very important. So I do think that that's very much an area of strength for me. At the same time, I would say that, I have no problem, staying out of areas that I don't necessarily need to expend a lot of time in. And, I think that's where I'm at financially. I think I can be a real asset in that area.
The board is interested in considering an 18-month contract at this time. Would you consider a longer-term contract at the conclusion of the 18 months if it has been a positive experience for all involved?
Yes. In fact, if I were to be offered the position, that's how I would look at it, is that I would want at the end of, well, probably not at the end of the 18 months, but at some juncture before the 18 months was up, that you would want to continue the relationship. I mean, that's the way I would approach it. honestly, I've got a job I really enjoy doing right now. And to step away from that is, for an 18-month position, is not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that would be longer term. I understand it's 18 months, so I'm fine with that. But my goal would be is that we would build a relationship that works well, and that would continue beyond the 18 months.
Well, Mr. Fisher, we have beat you up for a while. Now it's your turn.
Okay. Well, we'll start with an easy one. What do you guys see as the greatest strength of the Grand Island Public Schools District?
Ms. Jurgens?
As you well know, we are a highly diverse school district and a highly diverse community, and I feel like we have not even come close to tapping into all the enormity that could bring in a good way. Our teaching population does not represent our students, and that is, that just is what it is. But I feel like if we can become better represented in our leadership, as seen in our student population, I feel like that is an untapped market. My fellow board member here, Mr. Garcia Mendez, earlier this afternoon referenced, the nonprofits that are at our fingertips here in this community. I feel like there's so much opportunity there. I just feel like there's a lot of greatness right here in this community. I'm not just saying that because I'm speaking into a microphone. Anyone who would catch me on the street would hear me say that as well. And I know you know that because you're local, but I feel like we're a very special district here, and we've got the most incredible kids in the world.
Eric?
Thank you. Kind of to piggyback off what Mrs. Jurgens was saying, I think our community schools are also a really great success story in our community. I live around the Lincoln Elementary School, community school, and my nephew actually goes there, and I think that the dynamics and the environment in that school is really amazing. Something that creates access to opportunities, I feel like, for a lot of families, students, especially when you think about who are those populations that are most underserved, as Mrs. Jurgens was saying, also underrepresented, not only in boards, but also in ways that they get access to in the community. And I think that's where we have a great strength in our community. There's already momentum, kind of looking at what different nonprofits in the community are doing and kind of focusing on, and even at the local public schools and just our strategic plan and everything. So, yeah, thank you for being here.
I was not able to see who was first between Josh or Josh. Does it matter? Josh Hawley, why don't you proceed?
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about our administration and our teachers. When we heard from Mrs. Jurgens and Mr. Garcia Mendez, we hear about the diversity in our community, and we have a team at all levels who is nonstop when it comes to problem solving and understanding the different cultural, whether it's norms or biases, and they really care about the students as a whole, and they want to make this experience better for them every day. So, just to tie into what you guys said, I think that it's a full circle of support on all levels.
Mr. Sykes?
So for me, it's I've got a lot of relationships with a lot of the teachers themselves, and the amount of time and energy and emotion that I feel like I see get poured into those individuals is just an incredible resource in this district, just how deeply they care. Because of those existing factors that you guys were talking about, that they work tirelessly to improve not just the educational experience, but the lives of the students who are in their rooms. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll go real quick. Also, Mr. Fisher, I think Grand Island being, I haven't seen the recent figures, the 5th or 6th largest in the state, we've had an excellent reputation. And yeah, we've had some bumps lately, but we're ready to heal. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity to come in and restore Grand Island back to what everybody knows we are. And it's a wonderful system, a lot of wonderful administrators, a lot of wonderful teachers, paras, and I think it'd be a fantastic place to help come in and make a positive influence.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll give you the flip side of that coin. What do you see as the most pressing issue currently for Grand Island Public Schools?
Eric?
Thank you. I'd say one of the top issues would be when you kind of look at all these different cultures and just how do you create a sense of welcoming but also belonging for them in the school district, you really have to look at language access, which is something that I'm really passionate about. I'd say one of the areas for growth and opportunity in the district would be how can we be culturally responsive to a lot of these emerging cultures that are starting to come to this community. You look at the amount of like newcomers that are coming from Florida right now, from a lot of Cuban descent because of the displacement, because of the hurricanes down there. So you have to really kind of be in tune with a lot of like Mrs. Juergens was saying about the nonprofits and just learning about the needs in the community. But I feel like there's a big opportunity for when you look at like language access and just how can you adopt certain policies and ways of understanding school districts and how they are receptive to a lot of those newcomer students. So I think there's a huge opportunity in the way that we provide that language access to there's a variety, huge amount of like different languages that are spoken, but how can we really prioritize some of those really top spoken languages in the district? So you look at like English, Spanish, Somali, and Arabic. So I think there's a huge opportunity for growth in terms of that in the district.
Ms. Albers?
So I think where I'm feeling some angst is just keeping momentum up. So we've over the last year, we've really not been able to keep the same amount. We always have tried to keep the same amount of attention on all the services that we've had, just because we were putting out fires a lot. And I think, so I would think about one thing, like we really want to make sure we have all the multi-tiered supports that all the kids need at elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, because a lot of our kids have trauma that we can't even wrap our brains around, and making sure that we're giving them the supports they need so that they're able to be successful even though they've had this trauma. And then I think about that, and then I'm like, oh, but then we have a staffing shortage, and we really need to be able to hire more teachers and more support staff to be able to funnel those services. And it's like boom, boom, boom. So then I was thinking about 3 or 4 more things, but I think you get the drift. It's like one leads to another, and it's a lot of the same issues that a lot of school districts are suffering through as well. But our hearts all belong to Grand Island Public Schools, and so of course, we have these ideas that we want to see come to fruition.
Ms. Juergens?
Unfortunately, you would definitely have some challenges that are far beyond GIPS. There are national issues pressing us, which I have no doubt you're acutely aware of. Teacher shortages, as referenced by Mrs. Albers. It has become staggeringly popular to attack your public school district, and we have experienced that. We have actively experienced the popularity of attacking your school district from the sidelines. And I feel that a solution is not that far away. And that's probably my propensity to have this ridiculously high level of optimism that things will just get better and things will calm down. But I do believe that that is only possible with humanity, listening, being responsive to communicated needs, being respectful of one another. And so I do see an avenue out of that, but there are national problems that we are seeing here. So if you could just fix that up, that would be super duper.
Yeah. That should be an easy fix.
Katie, Ms. Malden?
Yeah, I think also one of our pressing matters is, I think, to create transparency for everyone, the community, parents, teachers, everyone, to feel like they can trust the school system, and just creating a great environment for the community to come all back together and just create a great school environment and community environment for Grand Island Public Schools.
Mr. Sykes?
Patiently waiting my turn, thank you. Amidst all these things they brought up, you've got 5 new board members, and I think that's a reality that I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to step into a place where you had that many new. There has to be something there that is going to create extra work. So
Haven't had that opportunity. We did have a 9-member board at Chase County when I was out there as a superintendent. So I have dealt with a 9-member board before, but I think 3 was the most we ever had to replace at any one time, so.
We shouldn't hit you with a bunch of bad things, but I'll throw one out there. And this does, and 2 have alluded to it already, with teacher shortage. We know it's a national issue. We know that there are fewer kids coming out of college with teaching degrees because of the money and problems that we're seeing nationwide. But one of the problems that I am seeing is holding on to the teachers that we do have. Everyone talks about recruiting new teachers, but I see it as, well, let's make sure we keep the ones we have. And I think that's an issue that we need to look deeply into and figure that out.
So just to move the needle on that question just a little bit, and I think certainly some of these answers that I already got from you will apply here, but thinking 5 years down the road, what do you think the challenges could look like at that point in time as opposed to where they are now? Anything that you would see as a different challenge at that point in time?
Eric?
Thank you. This kind of speaks to the community. Like, you live here, which I think when you look at the local public schools, you really get a good glimpse of the community at large. Long term, I think we have a huge issue on housing in the community, and that affects teacher retention. When a teacher comes into the district, what does an affordable house look for them? And how do those issues look like at the community level? So that's why when I really like to highlight like collaboration, that collective impact model of like, how does that like housing system play a role in like the school teacher retention, because that's a huge issue that our community is facing. So I can just see that continue to be an issue in the school district. Also just like, how do we really improve the way in which some of those underserved communities interact with the school system, or really parents who are experiencing poverty in our community? How do we look at their involvement at the school district when they're working 2 jobs, or they're a single mother who really doesn't have the time to get involved with their students' learning? So how can we better adapt the way that we respond to those certain situations? Because we always hear from those parents that have the time to get involved, but so how can we kind of flip that and really get the input from those parents who don't always think about their students' learning? So I can just see that as a continual issue in the community to highlight a bit.
Ms. Albers, please.
School funding. I I think is a big issue because we don't know what's in front of us. And that's an issue every year, but I think I feel even more trepidation this year probably. Also public funds going to private schools, which I've been fighting that since I've been on the board. And it just keeps coming back. It's like a bad penny. So
Yeah.
Mr. Helinski.
I was going to kind of just echo what Mr. Garcia Mendez said. Housing in this town is not good. The northwest part of the town is growing, but if you look at the population basis, that's not where the majority of the people are. You have a lot of families living together in houses that aren't made for that type of an issue. So that's, unfortunately, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I think a lot of these issues that we're dealing with are going to get worse before they get better. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter who's at the realm or holding those reins for any school district. But we've got to figure that out. We've got to figure out how to break down the barriers of language, break down the barriers of making sure that, just like Eric said, that single mom, we got to get parents educated too. Because even though the teachers are the boots on the ground, the education starts at home. How they react, and that's social learning, and just making sure the parents are supportive of their student and getting after them for getting their work done, getting it done correctly, and being the best student they can be. And unfortunately, that's been on the decline in any community you're in. But and like I said, those are going to get worse before they get better. But I think the biggest issue in the town that we're facing right now is the fact that even though the northwest side of the town is growing, that's not where a lot of the people are living.
Mr. Hawley.
I knew I should have gone before Lisa because I was going to talk about school finance as well. But I think one of the big things that has to do with school finance is our growth. Grand Island Public Schools is growing every year. I think our team has done a great job of trying to balance out the schools. But we have some middle schools that are near capacity, and we're going to be busting at the seams in the next 5 years. And so along with state funding, because it's a continual fight in trying to funnel funds to private schools, how are we going to be able to afford to expand? And what does that process look like? If it's the facilities we already have now, do we have to come up with another bond for another school? I think that's going to be a big issue in the next 5 years.
Mr. Sykes.
So I was thinking about if I'd have been asked that 5 years ago, you would have been so wrong, right? 2018, you get asked that question. The big things that I see are obviously related to the school funding and the crowding of buildings, as Mr. Hawley mentioned, and those being connected to the retention and recruitment of teachers to educate those kids. And there's one that I just kind of feel a piece as well as what's going on with the family systems within our community. Because we talk about other pieces that may be just at a crisis point. It feels like some of those systems are at risk as well, and teachers will feel that in the classroom. And then students will feel the pressure of those systems within their classrooms as well. Don't have a solution. You just asked the question about what possible.
I didn't
things
ask
you
for a
might see
solution.
coming down. Yeah.
But if you've got a solution, you can make a lot of money. Because those are some tough ones.
Ms. Malden.
I have to agree with Josh Hawley about, I think, school funding and potentially needing more schools. I have 2 children that are of school age that are in GIPS, and their classrooms are literally busting at the seams, and you've got one teacher trying to manage 20 plus students, and it's a lot. And I think an issue is getting teachers to stay. What do we need to do coming forward to maybe make teachers trust us more, feel like we have a relationship with them, or look into how everything costs in Grand Island? I mean, as a single mom, I mean, the cost of living here is pretty high. And then, you know, people being busy, parents are busy working all the time, this and that, trying to get more parents involved in their kids' education. Because I feel like more are getting more busy with life and not, you know, keeping up with their kids. Hey, do your work, do your homework, you know, or building that relationship with their teacher of how we can get everyone together instead of just falling more back.
So yeah, staffing and school funding, obviously when you think about it from a statewide perspective, those are scary things. You know, it's the school districts we work with and developing financial plans this last year, just to think about how much are we going to have to pay classified staff? How much are we going to have to pay teachers to be competitive? And so and then you throw in that whole, what is the state going to do with funding? I don't think they're going to step up with a lot of extra money. So I think there's a much greater chance that it goes the other direction. So it does. That's a very troublesome scenario. And, you know, and having my Northwest background, one of the other things that scares the heck out of me, and it would scare the heck out of me here too, is what if they decide option funding goes away? Now, Northwest gets a lot of option funding, and if that option money goes away, they're not going to take the students anymore. And so now that becomes an issue here, and that's been on the chopping block the last few legislative sessions. I'm sure you guys are well aware that would be a huge impact to this district. And really, it's a win system for Grand Island right now. There's more money coming to Grand Island because of the option than there would be if there was no option. And there would be a lot of facility issues that would have to get figured out if that went away. So that's, again, legislatively, I'm just like Lisa. I'm apprehensive of this long session. I always feel a lot more comfortable when the legislators are not meeting. So, you know, other than those questions, the one other question I did want to just throw out there, just your last external visitation was in 2019. So 2024, spring of 24 would be your next external team coming in to do your accreditation review. And I guess, and again, a lot of this is not necessarily board. I had a good discussion with the administrators on this, but in that last external review, the goals that were set out by the district, there were 11. And I think, you know, as I think about goal setting and moving towards priorities, of course, one of the questions I'd have would be, well, how far have we moved towards those 11 goals? And then, you know, and I, you know, I applaud the ambition of the goals that were established, because they were very, and I know you guys have been through a lot of change. So I guess as I think about that next review cycle, what's that going to look like? Where do you guys, and I know some of you are new to the board, probably don't necessarily have a sense for what I'm talking about, but how close are we to getting to where those goals, you know, would have indicated that you were headed? And how much, you know, how much refining do you see in the next 5-year cycle?
Ms. Albers?
You know, we talk a lot about our strategic plan, and we need to get the new board members up to speed on the strategic plan, and I think that we would just have to put those goals, just have to couple that with the strategic plan, see where we are, review them, see where we are, and see if they're still appropriately set, considering where we are right now.
A fair answer. And that's, I do think that's, again, going back to some of the questions earlier about, you know, what does jumping into this job and getting started look like? I think really doing a review of some of those kind of things would certainly be an important part of not only getting the new superintendent up to speed, but also getting new board members up to speed and really defining what the priorities really need to be. I can let you off the hook. That's all the questions I need to have answered. And I see the other group moving, so it's probably time for us to move.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fisher. We certainly appreciate your time, your candor. Thank you so much. We enjoyed hearing from you.
Thank you for having the opportunity to come and have this discussion with you.
Take that and give you guys a few minutes.
All right, sounds good.
The other two are just, we're not done anyway yet, so.
Okay, we will recess here at 6:02 PM for about 5 minutes, and if you'd all come back, that'd be great. quit picking your nose. Okay, the time is now 6:13. We will reconvene.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, well, we have Dr. Teahon here, and I'm gonna put him in the hot seat over here, as they call it. So,
No air conditioning at the seat.
no air conditioning, that's right. It's heated even, so we'll have you sit right
Oh,
there.
he got the heated one?
Oh, yes.
Dr. Tihan, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. How this is going to work is we'll start over here with Amanda Wilson with each question, and then we'll just kind of work our way around the horseshoe.
Okay.
Then after that, you'll be given the opportunity to grill us.
Okay,
So,
very good.
okay. Miss Wilson.
How will you establish a working relationship with the board?
All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having me, and also thank you for serving on the Board of Education. As a superintendent for 20 years and in the public schools for 34, sometimes people don't realize the role that you play and how important it is. I would say there's probably not a more difficult volunteer position that you can do than serving on a Board of Education for public schools, because you work with people's two most important assets, their kids and their money. And so just to get that out there, just thank you for that. I've had the opportunity, again, as a superintendent for 20 years, but also in my role now at the University of Nebraska at Kearney, to work with boards of education across the state. I do some board retreats and some of those types of things and help boards and board members learn maybe what that role can be. And so I think it's really important to develop and work towards developing a personal relationship with each board member. One of the things that I have found over my years as a superintendent is that we need to figure out ways that allow board members to be engaged in areas that interest them and that they have expertise, and yet be able to spread that burden out across all board members so you're not overwhelmed. I know a lot of times we tell board members when we're trying to recruit board members that it's one meeting a month. That is not how it works. It's not. I know it's a great commitment to board members to serve in this role. And so I think as a superintendent, one of your primary responsibilities is to work with board members and help them to maybe work through that. There are ways that I have used in the past with boards and with my own Board of Education to help board members be successful. There's just some little things that I think just makes it a little bit easier. However, I also understand the importance that you all represent different people within your community and communities, and it's important to be able to bring your voice to the board also. So those are the types of things I would do. I'm a face-to-face person. I know in the era of Zoom and email and electronic communications, maybe that is something that is probably not as prevalent as it has once been. I teach in an online program, which that in itself is kind of interesting. But I do believe the face-to-face connection with board members is going to be critically important. And the boards that I've worked with were six-person boards, where this is a 9-person board. I think that's a different dynamic. I also think there's a dynamic in place with 5 of you being brand new to the board. I think that there's a learning curve that exists when anytime you do anything new. I can remember the first day as a principal, thinking, oh my goodness, what in the world did I get myself into? Or as a teacher, I mean, as a classroom teacher walking into a high school classroom with kids that were maybe 3 years younger than I was, and thinking, oh my goodness. And so as board members, I mean, it's different. It's a professional role, and you all have professional experiences. But I think it would be my role to help you with that process. You're kind of in a unique position. With the change at superintendency in the middle of the year, and the election of a majority of the board being new, I think that's just it's a unique position that would take some thought.
Thank you for that. What strengths will you bring to our school district in this position?
Thank you for the question. This might sound wrong, but I like people. And throughout my career, actually, I was talking with one of your board members about my world as a complete music disc jockey. But I like people, and working with people. Building relationships is going to be really important. It always is. And I will tell you that after going through a pandemic, which, by the way, I missed. I stepped out of my superintendent role in Gothenburg right before the pandemic started. That was good timing, by the way, in case you're wondering. But being able to build those relationships and develop that, I think, is really important. And I am a people person to the point, I don't know if you do Twitter, and I do, and probably not as much as I have in the past, but I've defined Friday as my people day. As a superintendent for 20 years, Friday was my people day, and that I would go to work early, clear my desk by 7:30, and spend the rest of the day with people. By scheduling my day and my week that way, that then allowed me to focus earlier in the week to get things done that had to be done. And so that way it was a people day. And honestly, the people in the district knew that. That was what I was going to be out doing and visiting, whether that be classrooms. I love going to classrooms. Kindergarten's a great place to visit, by the way, not a place you might want to live, because it's just, they're so busy. But I think that establishing that, I think, is just really important, because one of the things you will find in schools is that a lot of people are intimidated by the concept of schooling, for whatever reason. Sometimes they're intimidated even going into buildings, because for whatever reason, they maybe don't feel welcome. And it's not that people don't want them to feel welcome, it's just because of their past experiences in the education process. So being able to establish that, building those relationships, and connecting with people is really important. You're gonna find in the next hour that I am who I am. I'm maybe not as polished, but I am very transparent. You're gonna know who I am within the next hour. So.
Awesome. Thank you again for being here. Question 3 would be, describe areas you would focus on during the first 60 days on the job.
That's a fantastic question, and one that I addressed with the leadership team earlier. I think the timing of the transition will be interesting, in that obviously mid-year, and I currently have responsibilities that would have to be addressed and figured out some way to manage that. But within that first 60 days, and I've talked about this quite a bit today, but I firmly believe in prioritizing our efforts and directing our efforts towards things that are important. And the statement that I would use is I define things as things that have to be done, the have-to-dos, things that should be done, and things that could be done. I'm actually working on a statewide assessment project with the former Commissioner of Education and former Superintendent of Gretna and some different people. And one of the things that we've really talked about with that and within our Leadership Academy at UNK is that there are a lot of things on people's plates that have to be, that are just are important. When we allow everything to become a have to do or super important or a must do, nothing becomes important, and we can become overwhelmed fairly easily. So within that first 30, 60 days, it would be important to establish those relationships starting in the district office with with clerical staff, office associates. That's where it has to start. Because those people, honestly, they can either succeed or fail because of their work. And it would be important to establish that. I think a second group that would actually be critical would be the leadership team, the directors. And within that director group, we would want to look at the have-to-dos, the should-dos, and could-dos to determine what has to be done. An interim position, honestly, I've never served in an interim role, and I've never done anything halfway. So that actually makes me a little nervous. It does, I'll be honest with you, because I'm a builder. You probably looked at my resume, I was in a district for 18 years. That's rare. And in that 18 years, probably had to rebuild myself at least 3 times, start over. I mean, after 6 or 7 years, I was told by a mentor, I said, when you walk into a room and when you start talking, if people put their pen down, you know you probably need to rebuild yourself or to start over. And so through that process, it's just important in that first 30, 60 days to meet with that district team and say, okay, what are things that have to be done? What do we want to try to accomplish in the next year to year and a half in this transition process for this particular district? Equally important, but probably probably next would be the group in the room. Again, you're in a unique position, 5-year brand new. It's a hard job, and I would be the role of the superintendent to help maybe with some of that. I do think that there are some things within. Obviously, we're sitting in this room tonight for a reason. There was a change in the superintendent's position, and so we have to kind of figure out what does that look like, and what are some things. What I kind of see myself as in the superintendent role is a gap filler, and by meeting with people such as yourself as board members or with that director team, what gaps would I fill within that? Without, again, it's hard to me to a little bit to envision a year and a half and what that looks like, but I'm sure we could figure that out together.
Thank you, Dr. Teahon. Next question, what steps would you take to gain a better understanding of the school district and the community?
First 30 days that we just talked about, I think is going to be really important. I had a great visit, by the way, of your facilities with your facilities person. That was outstanding. I kind of like that stuff. I'm a finance person, but we did a lot of things with facilities in my previous district. And so, yeah, I think that would be a start. Could you repeat the question? I started off a different direction. I'm sorry. Sure.
What steps will you take to gain a better understanding of the school district and the community?
Okay, the one group I missed, and that's really important, actually 2 groups that I missed. I've seen on your website that you have multiple stakeholders groups. You have a stakeholders group of community leaders. You have a stakeholders group of teachers. You have a stakeholders group of students. I believe in the stakeholders process. Started that in my own district. I think I heard that at the state fall conference, the school board conference of a district that did that, and we implemented that stakeholders process within our district, and it was very effective. But being able to engage and hear those people, and obviously with the change that's happening now, there are some things out in your community that maybe some relationships that need rebuilt, and some of those types of things that I would want to kind of get maybe a more an internal perspective of some of that instead of an external perspective, and I think that would be kind of where I would start. Yeah, and then the teacher group. I know one of the issues that Grand Island is facing, but is something that's faced by districts across this country, is teacher shortage and teachers leaving the profession. I think that's a big deal. As a matter of fact, I would go as far as saying we're at crisis stage. Not only in Grand Island, but across the state. And I can tell you right now, in this building today, I had people ask about potential positions that they need to fill, and do I know of anybody? And getting some guidance, because I do that with people across the state as I help getting people to those types of things. So I do believe that is something we need to figure out. We're not going to figure it out here, but I think as a team we have to talk about how do we approach that going forward with that teacher shortage. My UNK team are actually presenting at the National Teacher Shortage Summit in New Orleans. I think it's in 2 weeks, and just to have that conversation. Only actually higher education institution that has been invited to present. But I don't know what the answer is. I have some ideas. Again, that's not a short-term solution, but I think that's an important conversation to have.
Thank you, Dr. Tihan. The next 3 questions involve methods of communications. They sound very similar, but at the end they're just a little bit different, and mine is concerning the board. What methods of communication will you use to keep the board informed?
All right, so again, I like the face-to-face personal connections. I don't know, it takes a while to do that, and so that would be something that we would address. But electronic communication is something that's a necessity, and whether we use email, those types of things. I think that's important. It's really important to help board members maybe understand their role as a board member, and so that in itself kind of reduces some of the pressure on you and some of your work, but it also then maybe kind of defines when and how and what we communicate. I will tell you that I don't like surprises, and I also think it's the responsibility, when possible, for the district leadership team to make sure that board members aren't surprised, because as board members, it's always disconcerting to hear something from the outside when you don't know it exists. Now, I will tell you that one of the challenges with that whole concept is, when does it reach that level? So that communication process is really good. I've even gone as far as hand delivering board packets and some of those types of things, that individual connection with a board of 9. You would want to figure out how we could do monthly lunch in smaller groups, so you could get to know me and I could get to know you, and some of those types of things. That does take time to work through that process, but that would be my strategy. I will be honest, my phone goes off at night. I shut my phone off at night. I learned a long time ago that this can be an all-encompassing, all-consuming position if that phone is on all the time. And I leave a way so that I can be connected if it's an emergency. For example, when I'm in Omaha at a conference and we have a bus accident and it's 6 o'clock in the morning and a few people's phones get through, but that's important.
What methods do you use to keep administration and staff members informed regarding critical issues?
Yeah, it's going to be a very similar answer, and to your point, a very similar question, but it is important that those lines of communication are open with your directors and then those that work with them. Again, being a people person, I like to visit individuals, but at this size of district, it's going to be impossible to do some of those types of things. So the electronic emails, those types of things, I will tell you that people's inboxes are so overwhelmed that it's pretty easy for that stuff to not have any impact. You have to be careful. If you over-communicate, honestly, people start turning those things off. And so it's important to know when and where and what. I've done the weekly update thing. I'm not very good at that because honestly, I would lose 3/4 of a day preparing any weekly update to share. But with the size of this district, that would be something that I'd have to consider.
Thank you. Describe your method of communication with all stakeholders. That would be administrators, teachers, support staff, community, and media, and why your method is effective.
Now, why is it effective? I would say that people trust me, and that was something that was built over time. And so as we do community stakeholders meetings, getting those people engaged, those types of things are really important. But it's important to approach those in a manner that allows people to provide input while understanding what role they play in the process. Because there are some things that are going to have to be addressed in the management perspective of a school that just, they are what they are. It's kind of like the have-tos and the should-dos. Those are things that have to be addressed there. But it's important to give people opportunity to communicate and to share their positions as much as legitimately possible. What we would want to do is figure out, again, I'm very impressed that you have the different levels of stakeholders within this district. Hopefully they've been effective. I know sometimes they can be, and sometimes it just depends. I know there was a while that when we were doing that, maybe we lost some interest we had to do some revisiting and some of those types of things. I think the reason it's effective is because I'm pretty open, pretty transparent, and people get to know me. My people days help, getting out and see people. It will be different in an interim role, so that's something we'll have to think about.
All right, thanks for addressing that. Next question is, how would you plan to work collaboratively with local governments, other colleagues, professional organizations, businesses, and community groups in furthering educational goals?
Even though I was a superintendent in a smaller district, I've had a fairly substantial statewide presence in my career. I'm actually still currently a member of the Greater Nebraska Superintendent's Organization as an ad hoc member. That organization consists of 20 to 24 superintendents of the larger school districts in Nebraska. And I'm still very active in that. We meet quarterly. That's a fantastic group. I've also spent quite a bit of time working in the legislative process, whether working with legislators. Actually, one of my best friends was a legislator, just termed out and has moved on to something else, but making those connections are really important. Local and city government and county government and those types of things, we all have the same public goals if we work together. In my former community, I was a member of the executive board of the Economic Development Group. And that was really important because, and I've told other people this, but I think probably my leadership skills and leadership opportunities probably grew as much with that group as any, because it gives, schools are honestly just part of a greater community. And by working within that community, it allowed people within leadership roles more ability to work together as a team and move this forward. One of the things, when I come over from Kearney, I got here a little bit early just to drive around. Didn't get stopped, but it was close. Made a right turn, and I probably shouldn't have. I didn't know where I was looking around. But one of the things I was impressed with was the economic development that's occurring in this community is outstanding. You know, as I drive and see the different things coming in, and I didn't spend a lot of time, it's like there's some great progress here. Honestly, Kearney is similar, and Hastings, the Tri-Cities, the three of them working together, that's a very powerful economic engine that serves western and central Nebraska in a way that's maybe unprecedented. It's fantastic. But that's all working together. One of the things that I would say that is probably unique is anytime my community would do a recruitment, the first person they would bring in would be me representing the school. Because when people move to a community, once they've identified employment, the things they're going to look for are going to be education system, healthcare, and recreation. Once the employment offer is made. So when our businesses are recruiting middle and upper level management or employees at any level, they want to be able to take their families and say, okay, you're going to get a world-class education in our schools. And that's where we come in. A lot of times as superintendent, you're the person that works between those entities and shares that thing. I think one of the things we don't do very well in education is celebrate. There are a lot of challenges in education that are out there. You know, we're dealing with the pandemic. We're coming off a pandemic. There's been things at the state and federal level that have been challenging within all our communities. But we don't celebrate it. I liken it to an iceberg where you see everything above and sometimes the more flashy things pop up to the surface. All the great things that are happening under the surface are things that need to be celebrated. Our teachers are working incredibly hard and doing amazing things with kids. But sometimes we miss that. That happens. Our administrator, building administrator, I see a building principal maybe one of the hardest jobs that you're going to have because you get to answer everything. I've always said that if you're going to talk to a building principal, you need to do it before 7:30 because from then until 4 o'clock they're done. And so I think to answer your question, it's pulling together and working together. I think we can do that.
Describe what you consider to be a desirable working relationship among the board, the superintendent, and other administrative leaders.
It is important that that team, superintendent, board, leadership, administrators, have a common mission and work towards that mission in a respectful and kind way. And I would say that's probably probably never been more important than it has been in the last 3 or 4 years. I think things have changed within our country where kind and respectful has maybe been set aside. But what I have found is that rarely does anything positive happen unless we can figure out how to pull together. You see that in schools, you see that in government, you see that in communities, and I just think that's important. So would you repeat your question again? So I just want to make sure I hit it.
Describe what you consider to be a desirable working relationship among the board, the superintendent, and other administrative leaders.
Okay. So the comment of respect and kindness is important. So I'm a big believer in teaming. I think teaming is so important. Teams at all levels, whether that be within, so teacher teams. You know, you go into an elementary school, and I think this is unique, but you go into an elementary school, you may have a great third grade team, but if your second grade team's not very good and you need to move people around, I think that's important. So you take that to the district level, working with a board, working with administration, it does have to be a team. There are going to be disagreements, absolutely. Because again, you deal with some pretty emotional issues. You deal with people's kids, you deal with people's money. Those are both very emotional issues, very emotional topics. But unless we figure out how to work beyond some of those differences in a kind and respectful way, people shut down. You've been there. Yeah, we've all been at those meetings where where respect is gone, and then people shut down. And then once people shut down, your ability to impact change is gone. Do any of you have any teenage children in your house? You know what I'm talking about. You have those conversations with your teenage child, and as soon as you get to that point where the respect, it's kind of hard, but when that respect is diminished, they shut down, you shut down, nobody listens, and then that's the same thing that happens in schools and communities and city council and working together. When I was first working as a superintendent, we were building a brand new building. And there had been, actually I'm not going to say there had been, because of my poor response to a situation, I damaged the relationship between, my actions damaged the relationship between the city, government, and the school district. It was a silly thing. And I might have been right, but the point was, once that happened, that impacted that relationship for 3 or 4 years until I finally said, okay, wait a second, that was my fault. Let's work on this. And so I think that's just really just important to figure out how that those groups can work together. You know, I met with the directors group and the administrator group a little bit ago, and those are great people. They're great people that are doing a lot of work, and I actually saw some teachers when I were out in the building, and those are great people. There was 2 young ladies over in one of the elementary schools we were at, and it was late enough in the day they should have been home. They were working. They were working on a plan for a kid. They're great people, and so I think that's what we have to do.
Thank you. What level of importance do you place on the culture and climate of the school district?
People need to know they matter. It is very easy, whether you are a student, a teacher, non-certificated staff, a parent, an administrator, honestly, even a superintendent, it's very important to know that they matter. And having a culture where people matter is a really big deal. And it's hard. It is hard because not only do you have the challenges of working in education, I think there may be more than maybe they've been in my career, but it's hard to be a parent. But we need to help them understand they matter. And it's not just some of the kids matter, it's all the kids matter. It's not just some of the teachers matter, it's all the teachers matter. But the flip side of that is we can't be everything to everyone at all times. That's a Pollyanna. That's a Pollyanna statement, because we would love to be everything to everyone at all times. You know, I have 4 children. I have 5 grandchildren. By the way, they're the best. If I would have known the grandkids were so good, I would have skipped the kids part and went directly to the grandkids. But it's important that everybody matters. And establishing that culture is difficult because there's so much work to do, and it's very easy to be overwhelmed. Go back to the have to do, should do's, and could do's conversations that I have. Sometimes we need to think about, you know, I understand why we're doing this, but maybe that's not a have to do. Maybe that's a should do if we have time, or could do if we have a bunch of extra time. Now, to be honest, to be very, very transparent, I don't know if that's doable in a year and a half as an interim. I don't know. I've not necessarily wrapped my arms around what that means as an interim, because what you're really trying to do is transition from here to there. And so that, I would have to figure that out. I shouldn't say I would have, we would have to figure that out. I don't know what that would be.
Thank you for that answer. How do you build trust and collaboration within the district?
It is important to say no when no is necessary and not drag people along. If no is the answer, I mean, you're better off to say no than to give false hope. But it's also important that if it is yes, that you carry through. The challenge with that is there are so many issues that are involved in public schools that we want to say yes and we want to be everything for everyone, but that's not possible. So to build that trust, people need to know that if you take a position, that is a position. Now, the flip side of that, there's a why behind everything. Each one of you has a why and why you're sitting here. You do? Honestly, I have a why. Matter of fact, I've been asked, what's my why? Why am I here? Everybody has a why. And yeah, and so as we work through that and develop that trust, people need to kind of understand the why. In whatever way you can. Now, I will tell you, part of it's perception. Perception is reality in the eye of the beholder. And so there are some things that sound different than they actually are. And so, but I think you have to figure that out, do the best you can, and yeah.
Thank you. What measures do you take to ensure good staff morale?
I would say take their phones away. I think one of the challenges we have for morale in general are their phones. People are dictated. Their self-morale is almost dictated by their phones and everything you read. And I worry about that crisis. Again, I've been in the business long enough that I've maybe more philosophical than maybe I need to be, but I worry about the things that come in on people's phone and how people are manipulated. But, okay, I'm gonna have you repeat the question again, I'm sorry.
No problem. What measures do you take to ensure good staff morale?
I think one of the things that, again, I was pleased to see that you had stakeholders, organizations or entities in place, because I think that's going to have to be a way that you're going to get a tone of the culture. I've heard a lot in my career of 20-some years as an administrator that staff morale is never as bad as it's been now. Well, I'm sorry. Part of that is a little bit your self-reflection upon morale. You can choose. I'm a glass half full person. I'm a pretty positive, upbeat. I kind of almost look for the sunshine and the roses. I understand that's not the case, but part of it's help people and help staff to be able to work through that so they can manage those emotions and manage those feelings and feel valuable and feel appreciated, and yet understand the responsibility and expectations of the district. I think it's a hard one. I think one of the things that really makes that challenging with the teacher shortage and Twitter, those two things combined, I'm not sure if I'm a young person considering education and I'm following Twitter that I would do it. Teaching is an awesome experience. Teachers they just do amazing things. As I mentioned, the thing with the littles in kindergarten, bless the kindergarten teachers, because they do them, and I couldn't do it, but they love it. My daughter's mother-in-law was a kindergarten teacher. She was one of the best she had all my kids. She's one of the best kindergarten teachers ever. She was incredible with that. If you would ask her about education, you would get a different perspective than if you went on Twitter. So as we look at the morale, I think that you have to bring voices to the table. I think addressing the have to do, should do's, and could do's will help some of that. But part of it is it's just a perception that we'd have to try to address.
Thank you, Dr. Teahon. Next question, how do you deal with conflict?
Don't take it personally. There's going to be conflict. That's one of probably the hardest things for young administrators to learn, is that conflict is not necessarily personal. TVs are doing something weird. So that's kind of a sign, isn't it? Talk about conflict and they shut the TV off. No, so to deal with conflict, I think one of the things you need to do is to understand perspective is, again, the eye of the beholder. I've said this before, but the fact there's conflict may not necessarily be tied to the position, but it may be tied to the decision. And some decisions, as I mentioned earlier, saying no is better than dragging people along. And sometimes decisions have to be made. Hopefully you're able to share the why, but there are some situations where that is still not good enough. There's going to be conflict. I think our world's a conflict situation. I think there's a lot of that. And so people have become much more vocal and less respectful through that process. And that makes me a little nervous. But again, I think that's just important.
Thank you. Okay. If you would, please describe your management style in working with teachers and administrators.
Well, I like people. And so and one of the things that again, you know my role now, I'm currently at the University of Nebraska-Kearney preparing future teacher leaders, future administrators, future superintendents. But one of the things that I would share with my students is that it is important in a management style that people can trust you, that you're transparent, you will follow through, and that you care about them. Those things are all really important. Now, again, it's important to allow leaders to lead and provide guidance. If your leaders do not feel they have the ability or opportunity to lead, and are checking to make sure it's okay, they will not lead, and fear will halt the progress. So you have to give them the ability and the comfort to lead. However, it is also important that sometimes we step back and take a more global perspective and a common sense attitude that in the short and in the close, it may sound like a quick solution, but if we look at the big picture long term, is it the direction we want to go? So my management style is going to be allow leaders to lead, provide guidance and support as needed, whether that be teacher leaders. And I'm a big believer in teacher leaders. I probably won't have a chance to talk about the Next Gen Leadership Academy, but it's a big deal. We've started at the University of Nebraska-Kearney. We have 150 people across the state in 17 districts. I'm working with the Grand Island leadership team to bring them in. Basically our concept is to build teacher leaders, to build prospective administrators, to build principals, to build prospective superintendents, to build superintendents. Truly believe in leadership, teacher leaders. I think that's really important. Some of the best decisions or best ideas I ever had as a superintendent failed miserably because I did not include and engage teacher leaders in those conversations. One of the biggest successes we've had in my career there was I told them no, this wasn't going to work, and they said yes it would, and they wanted to prove it, and I'll be darned if they didn't prove it, and it was outstanding. Now, that, again, we're talking long term. I don't know how doable that is in a year, but we would have to figure that out.
Thank you. What do you accept as evidence that teachers are effectively teaching and that students are effectively learning?
That's an interesting question because I think it's based on perspective. The easy answer is look at the achievement assessment scores. But kids are more than that. Again, one of the projects we're working on with the statewide group is the concept of looking at assessment and how that can be used in in school districts across the state. We're actually doing it at higher education in our administrator preparation programs, DONE and UNL and UNO and UNK and Shadron and Wayne, and we're all working together to put together an assessment curriculum for our potential administrators so they can come back and look at this very issue and determine how we can tell whether or not students are achieving. Now, understanding that some of those things are have to do, the national norm reference test, that's a have to do, we're required to do it. The state test, we have to do that, we're required. But it's important that we give our principals and then eventually our teachers the skills to develop locally developed criterion reference assessments at the classroom level, because the teachers are the experts with those individual children. Now, that being said, norm reference assessments, ACT, all that stuff, they have a place, and that's part of the picture. But, excuse me, but going back and looking at those kids more at the local level and the classroom level is really important. The question that you didn't ask that is important is, what if scores don't tell the whole picture? Because scores don't tell the whole picture. And you look, and this is a debate at the state level, and I've heard it again here just going into this current legislative session, is I'm not sure that system tells the story, but I'm not sure anybody knows what the answer is, because we do have to meet the expectations of the legislature and the governor and some of those types of things without, so I don't know. That's a long-term question.
Thank you for that response. How do you hold building principals and administrators accountable to establish goals and track progress of their goals?
That's a culture thing. And it's one of those things that I think would have to be some of the initial conversation to determine if goals are set at the building level or goals set at the district level and apply to the building level. I would hope that there's a little bit of mix in there, that probably that's done it both ways. Building principals work hard. Building principals also have different skill sets. Again, in my work with UNK, I work with potential building administrators across the state, and I can tell that some have different skills than others. And honestly, the unicorn maybe doesn't exist that has all the skills. And be able to work with and support those principals are really important. But I think just establishing expectations along those lines, saying, okay, if the district sets goals, I mean, however that system is designed. The other thing I think is really important, and I can have to be honest with, coming in the middle of the year, part of that we're just going to have to kind of work towards the future and kind of put some of those things in place and work on some of those relationships. Supporting principals at the level that we can is really important. Principal's a hard job.
All right, would you please describe a situation where you identified the need for improvement or change, and then explain how you address that need?
This is not a very good example, but I'm going to go there. Facilities are a big deal, especially in rural Nebraska, and actually, honestly, in a community the size of Grand Island. Developing and instituting a long-term capital improvement plan was really important. When I went into that particular district, they just passed a bond issue and they were building a brand new school, and so everyone thought, well, everything's solved, we don't have to address that. But the other buildings were outdated and had some mechanical issues, some roof issues, and so we had to go through and develop a plan to, there's a need, and I truly believe this, and again, I enjoyed my visit in their community with Dan, but you have to address that annually. You can't wait until it's a problem to address it. You have to look at it this, and I will tell you, you can apply that same philosophy over to personnel and finance. I'm known as a finance person. I actually teach finance at the university, but I think those are all areas as we look going forward that we kind of have to do that long-term planning. And so that was an example of a need that I addressed. Something else, yeah, well, that's too obvious, but the teacher shortage is one. Recruiting and retaining teachers is really important, and the more rural you become, the more difficult that is. And so putting some things in place with leadership development, with engagement, some of those types of things were really positive. probably even a better example is in my economic development work with the community of Gothenburg, being able to recruit and retain pretty major industries in a very rural community was pretty important.
Describe your experience and background related to school finance and the budget process.
I teach it, so it's probably pretty good. I will tell you that the whole ESSER stuff is I don't know much about that. That happened after I moved into higher education, but financing and budget is really important. It's one of those things that students that spend a semester with me, they think it's boot camp, and I will tell you that they don't necessarily, we're not very excited as we go through the process, but when they get to the end, I think they're ready and prepared. I visited with your director of finance here, and I'm actually asked him to speak at the class because it's a different level moving from Ravenna to Grand Island, and some of the things that he's finding. I think that'd be important for my students to hear that type of thing. But budget and finance is, I'm a little bit of a geek with that type of stuff. I'm a database person. I developed databases as a hobby and built an entire system for that type of thing. I've transitioned that over to spreadsheets because nobody else uses databases. And so, yeah, I do a lot of that type of stuff. What I would tell you that is the thing that's probably maybe unique with that is you want to be open with your community about that. One of the things that when I was in my former community, the taxpayers group was out there in that area, and they were pretty vocal about the amount of money that was spent in districts and the taxes and some of those types of things. I call them up. I call a couple and say, "Come on in. I want to show you this stuff because you spend 3 hours with me. You won't want to talk about it again because I just think it's important for people to maybe hear that." And it wasn't necessarily that he agreed with the things we were doing, but he understood. And so I think sharing that and communicating that's really important. Now, it is hard because school finance is a different world. I mean, there's just some odd things in school finance. If someone comes from the business world and they look at that and go, "Really? That doesn't make any sense." But that's the way we do things, and that's the way it's designed. I do worry a little bit about the new administration and what they're maybe thinking about state aid formula and some of those types of things. The Columbus folks worked on a bill last year that was going to change some of that, and I was actually asked in to come in on some of those types of conversations, and there was some potential with that, but it didn't get very far, and so now I don't know where that's at. So, but finance that's my thing. You don't want to get me started on that one.
The board is interested in considering an 18-month contract at this time. Would you consider a longer-term contract at the conclusion of the 18 months if it has been a positive experience for all involved?
Yes. But I would have to ask my wife. Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. So, yeah, so that's an interesting question. I actually thought about that back when this conversation started for me. I've actually been contacting people from your district to at least look at it and come down and have a conversation. So we're having a conversation. One of my worries is, I was in a district for 18 years, and a lot of the things that we accomplished in that years was because of stability and because of common mission and some of those types of things. I'm at a stage in my career where I'm not 100% sure that's what I'm looking for. I'm getting way too philosophical for this to be on TV, but I believe we're all placed here for a reason, and having an impact is a big deal for me. I have an impact in my current role at the university. I do. It's been very positive. And so that type of question would be, now that also being said, I love those grandkids. I'm actually, there's nothing better than that. And they deserve my time that maybe my kids didn't get. I don't know if I 100% understood that balance maybe as I was working through my career. I can tell you a quick story. My mentor, Pat Osmond, he's a great friend, and he hired me as a young principal, and he came into my office at 6:30 one night, and I was still working, I think, my first year, and he said, "Mike, what are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm doing that." He says, "Well, if you work till 7:30, will you have that done?" I said, "Well, I doubt it." And, "Well, if you work till 8:30, his point was you need to have some balance. He actually bought me one of those old stopwatches with an alarm on it, set it in the desk, and he said, You have to set that. It's going to go off every day at whatever time. When that goes off, you have 15 minutes to clear your desk and you're going to leave. You may be gone 15 minutes, but you're going to leave. That's kind of, that was honestly what a great friend, because that changed my career direction. So that's kind of where the stage I'm at right now is I do think having an impact is really critically important. But what does that look long term? I think it is going to be, this interim thing is just an interesting, intriguing, is I think what Mr. Fisher mentioned when we were visiting. By the way, I'm friends with both the other people. They're great candidates. They really are. You should be very pleased that you have them sitting at the table. But so that I think about that, and those are the things that we would have to decide as a family. When I transitioned into higher education, part of that was to make sure I address those things, make sure that the personal side of being a professional were addressed. So, but I got a $20 bet with my son on whether or not I'll ever retire, and I said, well, yeah, I'm going to win that, because either I'll retire or die, and either way, it's going to work. So.
Dr. Tihan, I want to go back to one thing you did mention earlier. You said you would have some professional things that you need to take care of. Could you kind of expound on that a little bit, please?
Absolutely. So the courses start in 2 weeks at UNK. And in my current role, I teach the finance courses. That's something that cannot be dumped on someone else. Just can't. To the point where, and I visited with some of the leadership over there, this timing does not work very well for them. So we'd have to figure out some way to make that transition happen. Now, I do have colleagues that across the state that teach for me, that teach all sorts of, matter of fact, half our classes are taught by adjunct faculty that, for example, Dr. Mike Lucas or Dr. Aaron Plaus or Dr. Travis Miller, they all teach for, so that's doable. We would probably have to figure out a way that I could spend some time managing that. And we would have to work out those details. But that's a very legitimate question, because the Next Gen Academy that we talked about, and I'm sorry if people get tired of hearing about that, but that's having a huge impact. We're presenting at the National Conference on Teacher Shortage Summit in 2 weeks, and we have districts like Columbus and Kearney and North Platte and Riverside and also a lot of those schools. It's having a huge impact, and I mentioned that earlier. Impact's a big deal to me, and I want to make sure that we have leaders in this state that can lead our education, and that's not only administrators, that's teacher leaders. And so that is very important to me in my makeup. Now, fun part about that is Grand Island wants to start. I'm working with your leadership team to figure out how to get them in the academy starting next year.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, it's your turn to ask us questions.
Okay. Well, and I do have a few questions. I will tell you that I'll kind of keep it short. Okay, so I think this is really important. What is your expectations of an interim superintendent?
Ms. Albers?
Momentum. We need to keep things moving. We have a strategic plan, and we want to keep accomplishing and moving forward and doing what's best for our students and our staff. So we do expect somebody to come in here and be able to kind of keep all of that progressing forward.
Mr. Linsky?
Piggyback off what Lisa said, but really to lead, to push forward, to keep this ball moving, not be afraid to step out there and suggest possibly some changes. We're all here to learn, as you pointed out. We're all different people. But I think the superintendent needs to be, the interim does not need to be afraid to lead and to treat it as it's not an 18-month job. It's a career. And move forward and keep pushing towards the goal and keep moving that needle.
That's it? Okay. So we're in difficult times with teacher shortage and those types of things. So what are things that you see from your role as board members that can be done to address that for this particular community?
Ms. Albers?
Whoa, I always do that. For our community, but also for the state, I think we need to work with the unicameral to get some kind of loan payback or some kind of incentive for teachers and for young teachers going into education and hopefully even to increase funding so we can maybe increase their pay and kind of make education into a more desirable career like it was just maybe even a few short years ago. And then, oh God, I had one other thing and it's gone. So somebody else want to go till it comes back?
Mr. Sykes?
So, turn my mic on. Sorry, I had to turn my mic on. I like the idea of being able to create the best environment possible that teachers would want to exist in so that they wouldn't want to leave. And that goes beyond, that has to go beyond pay scale. It goes beyond things that maybe you referenced about being known and understood and being allowed to lead and creating a type of culture that regardless of what compensation may look like, they would go, I can't leave that place because of the direction they're headed and the environment that I get to lead in. I suppose I should say, and I believe that starts led top down by example from board through administration through buildings.
Eric?
Thank you. Kind of piggyback off of what was said by Mrs. Albers and Mr. Sykes is we're here as a board, as a collective group of people that are really dedicated to the success of public education in Grand Island. And I think that shows up in, like what was mentioned, trusting leaders to lead, really knowing that teachers have the resources, materials in order for them to be as successful as they can be in the position that they're in, but then also ensuring that the interim or the future superintendent has the support of the board, that also provides them with knowledge from their distinct ward that they represent, whether it be groups that are not being represented the most adequately, or groups in our community that haven't had the chance to be at the table where their voices are concerned, or even ideas are brought into fruition. So it goes all into really celebrating that public education in our community, because more of that needs to happen. More people out there need to celebrate public education for what it is. It's the foundation of our community. People are not successful in this community if you do not have a high school education. You look at income levels and all of that. You look at the poverty that's in our community. So I think all of this really plays a huge role where everything is really impacting everything. And I think if we have that kind of vision as a board and as a community, we can start identifying solutions to some of those issues, like at the state level with the whole student aid stuff. And so yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for success. So yeah, I also forgot what I was going to say, like Mrs. Albers, but I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay?
The following is not intended to be a babbling answer, so I apologize in advance if that is what this becomes. So in my experience in motherhood, I have 3 teenagers at home, and over the years, my children have consistently spoken most highly of the teachers who have taken time to build relationships with them, the ones who ask them, how is X, Y, or Z going? Following up on a prior conversation because they're clearly paying attention. They care. And I feel like those teachers are exemplary. I thank any teacher for being in the role they are, but there are teachers who are outstanding. And I would personally be interested in exploring how to take those skills that those teachers that are shining so brightly, how do we let them glow in spaces they've not yet been able to glow? How do we perhaps let them take on more leadership roles, perhaps lead in trainings? I don't have those answers. That is also not necessarily specifically my job as a board member, but I would love to see kind of let that contagion spread in a positive way because they're here. We are a big district and we have a lot of really outstanding teachers. And then I think we have a lot of teachers who have the capacity to get there. And I also think that that would increase their GIPS life without potentially exploring a new career path or a different district. I think that the more that we can empower our own and attract those coming into the field and attract those who might not have yet explored teaching, anything that we can do to become, this is not a term I don't believe, but positively contagious, let's do that.
Mr. Hawley?
I think one area we've seen a decline, not necessarily in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but over the foreseeable past, is community involvement. Where I started on my journey before I became a board member, I sat on committees in our school system. And I remember sitting on a committee in one of our schools. It was the parent advisory committee, and I was the only parent. And there's 6 teachers in there. And being involved, and some of our schools don't even have a PTA or a parent advisory committee or something like that. And I think that our teachers need to feel like, even though they may be supported by the administration, by the superintendent, by the board, they need to feel like they're not alone. And I think that we need to somehow engage the public to take hold of their responsibility and engage in the school system to where, the teachers aren't running the PTA meeting because that's not their job. So I'd love to see a big initiative that we could try and bring parents back into the school system.
Dr. Tihan, I would be looking for someone who could build a bridge. There are, obviously with teachers nationwide, that's a problem. Nationwide, there is a character issue out there. And part of that is trust that you mentioned before. So I think it's important that we would have an individual, even in the interim position, that would be able to come in and build trust and rebuild some of those bridges. And I think give those teachers and building administration folks a feeling of belonging again. And I think that's what's important.
So this is a difficult question. We're obviously sitting here because of some changes that have been made. And from the outside, there's perception that maybe there's some big hurdles. That's it's a very difficult conversation to have, but it's important for me to kind of maybe understand where you are with that conversation. I firmly believe that the past is the past and that we need to move forward. But maybe Mr. McFarland, as president, maybe you could address that instead of putting the pressure on the individual board members on how we move forward with some not the brokenness, but the challenges that you face.
Certainly. Well, I think first of all, every person sitting here believes in kids. We love kids. And I think every individual sitting in this room is here because we want to help kids. Every single person in this room understands and believes that teachers are a critical part of that process. And we're all adults. And I think it's important that we all understand that at times we are going to disagree because we are adults. We come from different walks of life. We have different experiences. We have different belief structures. And those can never be in alignment, ever, when you put 9 people in a room together. Not once is that ever going to happen. So I think the fact that we are all here for kids, and we get it, we get that, and that we can focus on that as being our goal, I think that we can move past the past and forge forward and develop a direction for the district that's going to be positive for everybody, all the stakeholders involved. And it's going to start with us getting the right position, the right person in this position, and then working together as a team. So I think that's definitely possible, and I think we're going to do it.
Thank you for that. What is the community expectations for an interim superintendent? I mean, you're all out there. You all represent a constituency. The concept of interim is foreign to a lot of people. They don't maybe understand what that is. What's the community perception for an interim?
Mr. Linsky?
I honestly don't think it's any different than superintendent. You are the head of the school district, of course, underneath the board, but you're the face. You're the guy out there who's trying to lead everybody. The superintendent is the leader of the school board, or the school system. It doesn't matter if you're interim or if you're not interim. That is who the people who elected to be on the board approved to take that position. And so saying that, I don't think it's any different whether you're here for 18 months or whether you're here for 18 years. I don't.
What about in the community? Because obviously I would be commuting if it was me.
The community, I think this community is going to step back and watch for just a bit before they make a decision on it. Now, obviously, there's going to be those people who are going to make a decision right out of the way. Oh, they shouldn't have hired that person. They should have hired this other person. You're going to get that wherever you go. But I honestly think that the people and the leaders in this community, they're going to step back and they're just going to watch before they make any kind of accusation against anybody. Because I do feel that the people in this community are going to give anybody a fair shot. Because this is going to be a hard job and everybody knows it. It's no secret. You know, we've had our bumps, but we've had our celebrations too. We've done a lot of good things. But I don't think that the people that we need to be concerned about really are the community. It's the parents, and what are the parents are going to think. And like I said, I think a lot of the people are just going to step back and just give you or anybody else a shot that we decide to pick.
Josh, I believe you were next.
If your question was more about the general role, I couldn't tell if you were asking like what do they think about the role of superintendent, or was it about
more specifically about the interim?
The interim title itself and why that's necessary.
I think the interim is different. I mean, while it could be similar, there are differences.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I've had a lot of people that were confused about how long and why and things like that. That's what I'm hearing from the community. I feel really confident about us taking our time, and some time together as a board is one of the things that we discussed to create, common vision, unity going forward, and then having that timing being right for that long-term position as well. But I think there's been some confusion with people that I've spoken to, if that's what you were asking. So yeah.
Lindsay?
I differ immensely from Mr. Helinski's opinion. I do not believe there will be any sitting back and waiting and watching. I believe you are going to be expected to be highly engaged with our community leadership, which personally I'm really excited about. I believe that there's a lot of opportunity to get involved, plug in, expand and explore new business relationships within our community. I'm sure you were, if you hadn't already been informed about all the different avenues possible with our academies. Business relationships are crucial to GIPS, and I believe that the quicker an interim can plug in, the better off he or she is. high activity, high visibility, and that visibility showing active support of our district.
Thank you.
Ms. Malden?
I honestly kind of have to play off what Dave said. I kind of think with like a bunch of new things happening, 5 new board members, superintendent resigning, I think right now, I think the community is kind of like sitting back, waiting to see what's going to happen. And I'm hoping, from what I've gathered, I think a lot are thinking that we might be heading in the right direction and just continually have to go like uphill, just pretty fast. They're wanting to see changes, and we need to come together as a community and board members and schools and start going uphill and don't stop.
Mr. Garcia Mendez?
Thank you. It's a mixed bag kind of response. I feel like there are people in the community who, first of all, don't really understand what a board does, what's a superintendent. Try to translate that in Spanish. I'm not sure. So that's what my constituency that I'm thinking of. Thinking about those 53% of the student demographics that are Latino. What does it mean for those communities? A lot of them have always just been kind of on the sidelines, right? They haven't really been prioritizing stakeholder of like how do we directly, culturally be responsive in the way that we approach those communities, because it's a lot of trust building, right? That needs to be done with all groups. So I think there's a group out there that is looking for changes. There are groups out there that are just kind of like sitting and like what's going on, you know? So I think there's a lot of trust building that needs to go on, and a lot of relationships repaired. But along with that, I'm always about the glass half full type of person also. There's a lot of opportunity. There have been constituency that have been activated and who have been brought into this whole process of like, this is what the school board does, this is public education, and this is why it's important. Especially how I got here, I really spoke to a lot of people who have been not usually people that we talk to and engage in this process of a public education and how it functions and how it works in a community. So I think there's a huge amount of opportunity. And it's just mending relationships and really going at this as a collective group of people that, as Mr. McFarland said, we're all focused on students and all students when it comes to students. So I think there's really a great opportunity here.
Very good. Thank you.
And I'll just throw one last thing in, Dr. Tihan. In my career, I have found that people have very short memories. And particularly people here make fun of my lack of ability with devices. And I think one of the biggest problems we have in America right now is cell phones. And I think people's attention spans and their memories have shrunk. And I think once this person takes this position and builds those bridges, does the communication, works with the different entities within the city, and people see that things are going well, it's over. Let's move forward. And I think that is one of the good things about electronic devices, is sometimes having a short memory is a good thing.
Very good.
I know everybody's tired. It's been a long day for you, I'm sure, especially as a new board member. This is totally something new to you. You're sitting here and going, my goodness. I do want to go back to Ms. Wilson's question about continuing. Hopefully that was received as yes, as in I would consider it, not that I would. And that, again, that's you kind of know where I'm at. I'm very transparent, very open, and having an impact is a big deal, and what I'm currently doing has an impact. I think there's that potential is here also. how those align. We would have to figure that out going forward. And I would be very transparent from the beginning. So this is my transition. I don't know if I mentioned this. I have a daughter getting married here in a week. I don't know if I mentioned that or not, but it's not in the country, so we're going to be out of the country. And so, and no, the leadership team is not going with me. But yeah, so we'd have to figure that out, and it'd be consideration. I don't know what that looks like long term. That's my question. So I thank you for, again, thank you, again, I can't emphasize this enough. Thank you for willing to put yourself out there and be a board member, whether you're a returning board member or a new board member, working together and building a team and being respectful and all those things. They're so critically important. That will be what will bring the community back together. The person sitting in the seat may or may not have any impact on that, but you as leaders in the school district and as leaders in this community have an opportunity to do that. And so I don't know what that looks like. I do understand that it's sometimes not easy to move past things, but I encourage you to rally around the mission of working with kids, helping teachers grow, building administrators, doing all those things. And this state needs Grand Island Public Schools to be successful. This region needs that. And a lot of people are doing some great things, so celebrate and support them.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, we've had 3 excellent candidates, and now we're going to move on to item number 6, executive session, for the purpose of reviewing interim superintendent candidates' interviews to prevent the needless injury to the reputation of an individual and to protect the public's interest. Okay, I would entertain a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of reviewing interim superintendent candidates' interviews to prevent needless injury to the reputation of an individual and to protect the public's interest. May I have a motion? Oops, I'm sorry. Boop, there we go. Yep. Yep.
I can read that. I'd recommend the board to convene into an executive session for the purpose of reviewing interim superintendent candidates, interviewees, and prevent the needless injury to reputation of an individual to protect the public's interest.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hawley. Motion, and let's see, we call the vote, or put to a vote, please. All right, motion passes. Let's see here, the board is entering into executive session at 7:31 p.m. Once again, for the purpose of reviewing interim superintendent candidates' interview. I'm sorry, thank you. The board has concluded its executive session. The executive session was limited to the topic identified in the motion to enter executive session. At this point, I would entertain a motion to reconvene into open session.
So moved.
First by Lisa Albers. Second. Second by Dave Helinski. Okay, we will put the question to a vote. Okay, motion passes. The board is now back in session at 9:02 p.m. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item number 8, approval of any action deemed necessary as a result of executive session. Here we will be looking for and voting on 2 separate motions for the board president to negotiate with the board's candidate of choice, and then the second candidate of choice should the first candidate decline during negotiations. I would entertain a motion at this time to authorize the board president to negotiate with our first candidate of choice. What's that? Go down a little.
So we can read.
Oh, there you go. 10. Thank you. Sorry. Then, there we go.
I would like to make a motion that I can't remember which one I'm trying to read. Sorry, that's really small. There it is. I make a recommendation to authorize the board president to negotiate with the board's candidate of choice.
Second by Mr. Hawley. Okay, we will now put to a vote. Okay, motion passes. At this time, I would entertain a motion to authorize the board president to negotiate with the second candidate of choice if necessary.
I would like to make a motion to recommend that authorize the board president to negotiate with the second candidate of choice if necessary.
Second with Mr. Garcia Mendez. Put to a vote. Oh, okay. Like to open it up for discussion before we vote. What? Okay. That's it. We just said first and second, so which would be candidates C and F. Okay. We'll go ahead and put it to a vote then. Okay, motion passes. Okay. Number 11. Okay. Notification of upcoming board meetings. Next regular Board of Education meeting is scheduled for January 12th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. With the agenda being completed in totality, I declare this meeting adjourned at 9:05 p.m.